It is 6:00 p.m., Tuesday, May 5th, and I'm calling to order this regular meeting of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School Board. As we call the meeting to order, the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge that we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission statement: as a community, we create supportive learning environments where all students thrive. Mr. Wade, will you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the roll?
Colonel Foster is expected and Colonel Campbell is excused. Miss Charlie?
Here.
Mr. Wade?
Here.
Miss Hewitt?
Here.
Miss Maple?
Here.
Mrs. Hull?
Here.
Miss Stulian?
Here.
Miss Carol Hubbard?
Here.
Mr. Dorn is excused. Mr. Burgess?
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move to the recognition of our board student rep. Liam Wade, North Pole High School, North Pole High School student and the student representative on the school board, will be recognized for his service on the school board for the 2025-26 school year, and I will be making the presentation. So I'm in my third year on this board, which means that Liam is the third student representative that I've had the pleasure to work with. Each student rep has been outstanding in their own way, but what makes Liam stand out, other than his consistently upbeat demeanor, is his boldness and courage, determination and tenacity, and ruthlessly unapologetic optimism. Mr. Wade has shown a true spirit of leadership as an advisory member to this body, consistently providing informative updates to the board about student affairs from the dais that made it clear that he worked hard in between meetings as well. One thing that I saw from Liam was a passion for engagement with the student body, as he participated in AASB's Youth Leadership Institute and showed himself to be a leader amongst young leaders in that group. He also facilitated student government activities and opportunities for student engagement with board members, often sharing information and important events via social media as well as student government communication channels. Because I know that Liam is interested in farming, I will say that I hope he continues to cultivate his passion for civic engagement and community organization alongside his other pursuits. On behalf of the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education, it is my honor and pleasure to recognize Liam Wade as an outstanding student representative for the 2025-26 school year. And at this time, if other board members would like to make any comments about our student rep, that would be appropriate. Ms. Maple.
Mr. Wade, I have, I mean, you'll see it in your card, but I meant what I wrote, which is that I have learned from you since you've been on this board. And one of the things that I have learned from you is how to challenge with a lot of diplomacy. There was a day where you talked about a passage from Catcher in the Rye, the reception of Catcher in the Rye, and used it as an example of why you thought that having books that might have been challenged in the past or are currently challenged is such an important part of curriculum. And it was all of the things that I was thinking about saying, and over here, like scribbling notes, trying to come up with what I would say. And you just did it with a ton of grace and diplomacy. And it was really impressive. And I have tried to model that. And yeah, it's just been a really great honor to get to serve with you.
Okay. Ms. Carol Hubbard.
I just wanted to say thank you for your service. Thanks for your energy. Thanks for your insight. And thanks for your bravery. You have done an excellent job. And so we're looking forward to watching you in the future. So come back and see us, okay? Don't forget about us.
Ms. Julian?
Mr. Wade, I just want to thank you for joining us in Juneau this last year. It was a fabulous time to be able to advocate for all of the students across our entire borough with you alongside, and I think that you really made a difference as well. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing what you do in your future.
All right. And I'll just say one more time, you've been very much appreciated and you will be missed. So thank you for your service, Mr. Wade. Next on our agenda is the recognition of the 2025-26 school district retirees. Staff members who have retired or have provided their notice of intent to retire this school year as of April 17th, 2026 are included below. When notified about the recognition, retirees were welcome to share a favorite story or memory. Board members will share the names and service of all this year's district retirees, and where submitted, the memories provided by them. A few facts and figures before we begin announcing our retirees. Currently, 45 staff members have either already retired or plan to retire at the end of this school year, but it should be noted, longevity abounds in our district and is something for all of us to be proud of. To date, and based solely on their employment time with our school district and not their total time in education, our longest serving staff member is Patricia States, a science teacher at North Pole Middle, who will be retiring after 40 years with the district. Thank you, Ms. States. Additionally, this year, and again, we are talking strictly about employment within the Fairbanks North Starborough School District, we have 6 employees retiring with 30 or more years, 18 staff members with 25 to 29 years, and 7 employees with 20 to 24 years. All total this year, we are bidding farewell to 1,006 years of district experience, which doesn't include all the years our retirees may have dedicated to education in other districts. As a small token of appreciation, our retirees were offered the district's Marble Apple retirement gift. The retirement gifts will be delivered to staff members prior to the end of the school term. Included in each award is an expression of our appreciation for the dedication and service our staff members have provided through the years. I will read the verse. For generations past, present, and future, the apple is an expression of respect, gratitude, and love for those special people who have helped guide us, shape us, and make a difference in our lives. Congratulations to our special people retiring this year. To Patricia Bear, a migrant education tutor at Weller Elementary School, retired in May 2025 after 6 years with the district. Ann Busk, a prevention intervention specialist at Ryan Middle School, retired in December 2025 after 24 years with the district. Dr. Yoko Collier-Sanuki, special education clerk at F.E. Cochran Charter, will be retiring after 11 years with the district. Her favorite memories at F.E. Cochran are the lively school events celebrating Alaska Native culture, international flavors, and a true family spirit. The school feels like one big family. She'd like to share special thanks to the Special Education Office staff for their kindness, knowledge, and dedication. Alan Cross, a CTE teacher at Hutchison High School, will retire with 2 years service with the district. Wendy Demers, teacher at Chinook Montessori Charter, will be retiring after 24 years in the school district. She shared the following favorite memories: wonderful professional development conferences, crazy all-school sleepovers, Chilkoot Trail, Irish potato famine, and World War II simulations, hiking Mount Healy with students, and dozens of graduate quilts. Cheryl Egan, a special education pre-K aide at Ann Wien Elementary School, retired in May of 2025 after 21 years with the district. Janice Ide, a teacher at North Pole Middle School, will be retiring after 18 years with the district.
Was anybody that President Burgess just announced here present tonight?
Ms. Demers.
Could you, do you want to come up? We can do the thing, you know, the handshake thing, right? At the end of them, right? Isn't that a thing?
Sure, yeah.
Also, I love Wendy. Okay, now it's my turn. At the end, same thing. Yeah. Does this work? Rebecca George, a resource teacher at North Pole Middle School, will be retiring after 26 years with the district. Joanne Gilman, a math teacher at Tanana Middle School, retires after 28 years with the district. She shared that having students come back years later to tell her their successes from things that she taught them, math or otherwise. Students who felt unsuccessful in math are now getting careers that deal with high-level math, and that's very rewarding. Laverne Hawkinson, an English teacher at Tanana Middle School, will be retiring after 27 years of district service. Her parents were Sven and Mary Hawkinson from Old Harbor, Alaska. After college, she wanted to teach in a village, but taught in the big city of Fairbanks for 26 years. She says thank you to a long list of Mrs. and so many others, her peers, her elders, and her people, and thank you to the city of Fairbanks for the wonderful and dynamic years. Kobe Haas is retiring from the district with 18 years of service. Kobe was a social studies and technology teacher at Tanana Middle School. Man, Tanana, you're losing 4 so far. Kate Hall, executive director of special education, will be retiring after 27 years with the district and also changed my son's life. Joseph Hanna, a federal state compliance facilitator with special education department, will be retiring after 25 years with the district. And Julie Nilika, administrative secretary at West Valley High School, will be retiring after 26 years of service with the district. I think I heard a few of those people here getting extra applause, so I hope you'll come up.
All right. We'll continue with board members reading, but what I'm going to ask is that if you hear your name, if you're here and you hear your name read, if you can come up and stand, and then when all the board members are done reading, we'll have everyone walk down the line and shake hands.
Becky Hawk, an administrative secretary at Ryan Middle School, will be retiring after 23 years in the school district. Her favorite memories have been meeting all the different people throughout the years, but especially the staff, students, and families at Ryan. She shares a special place in her heart for Heather Stewart and the 19 years that they've worked together. Heather Johnson, principal at Tanana Middle School, will be retiring after 27 years with the district. She shared her fondest and most enduring memories are her students. Hold on, let me start over. Sorry. She shared her fondest and most enduring memories are of students that she'd had the privilege to teach and lead. They have been her greatest inspiration and true North Star of her work. She shares special thanks for the mentorship of Georgianne Seeliger, Jeanette Hayden, Sean Kraska, Dave Foshi, Sarah Gillum, and Luke Meinert, and says she can truly say these years have been the most rewarding of her career. Catherine Kirschner, a science teacher at Randy Smith Middle School, will be retiring after 25 years of service with the district. Kelly Koch, safety at West Valley High School, will be retiring after 11 years with the district. Mary Larson Palmer, a teacher at Denali Elementary School, will be retiring after 25 years of service with the district. Teresa Lesage, principal at Anderson Crawford Elementary School, will be retiring after 29 years of service with the district. Julie Luddington, a career and technical education technician at the end of the school year, will be just shy of 25 years of service. She shared that she's had countless special moments that she's shared with staff and students she's worked with over the years. From great conversations to watching students learn and grow, she's grateful for the friendships, the support, and the many great memories. Barbara Marshall, classroom teacher at Lathrop High School, is retiring of school after 30 years of service with the district. Her favorite things over the years was when students would share that they didn't like history until they took her class. Having students recognize that history is more than just names and dates, that it is infinitely more complex, made her feel like she did something worthwhile.
Okay. Suki McGrady with the production crew at Central Kitchen is retiring after 16 dedicated years of district service. Suki shared that she always wanted to become a teacher, which led her to the school district. Suki has fond memories of working with preschool students during her time with the summer school program when she worked as a teacher aide. Melinda Mikhalik, a special education speech pathologist at Hunter Elementary School, will be retiring after 16 years of service with the district. Britt Nelson, a teacher at Tickasick Brown Elementary School, will be retiring after 25 years of service with the district. Rose Nicolia, a tutor for Alaska Native Education at University Park Elementary School, retired in May 2025 after 34 years of service with the district. Sally Pelno, a secondary aide at Tanana Middle School, will be retiring after 10 years of service with the district. And Kristen Pressler, currently a school counselor for North Star Middle College, will be retiring after 28 years of service. Her favorite memory was when she applied and was awarded an educator grant from the UAF Space Grant. The award paid for travel to NASA. The piece de la resistance was being able to watch the Space Shuttle Atlantis launch. Educators had front row seats to the launch right next to the section reserved for families and dignitaries. Sharing that experience with her students was priceless. Congratulations.
Harm Richardson, Board of Education Executive Assistant, will be retiring after 21 years of service with the district. Stephanie Richardson, fourth grade teacher at Weller Elementary School, is retiring with the district after 21 years of service. Stephanie mentioned that her favorite times in teaching came around the big table in her classroom where she gathered with colleagues and students. It was a place to share ideas, get support, and celebrate accomplishments. While teaching is sometimes mentioned as a solitary endeavor, it's really only successful as a community. Eugene Roberts, a district custodian with Facilities Management Department, retired in July of 2025 after 33 years of service with the district. James Rogan, a secondary aide at West Valley High School, will be retiring after 18 years of service with the district. Deborah Rogers, classroom tutor at North Star of the North, is retiring after 25 years of service with the district. Deborah said she can't narrow down to just one memory, so she chose graduation. Watching the students walk across the stage with happiness can be felt in the auditorium. The parents watching their child with pride, knowing they accomplished something they didn't think was possible. I'm thankful for being part of the alternative school family. Karma Roth, fourth grade teacher at Weller Elementary School, will retire with 27 years of service with the district. Karma says there are too many wonderful memories in her career to describe just one. In general, her favorite memories were the smiles she would see when a student first walks into the class, the aha moments students get after struggling with a concept, and being around the laughter of a child. Dr. Krista Sager, a special education resource teacher Arnett Magnet School, will retire after 22 years with the school district. Her fondest memory came from a student who begged to master the monkey bars. However, 9 iron bars seemed like a daunting challenge. They spent weeks mastering hanging, grasping, and landing. One day she shadowed her to the 9th bar and pure joy erupted. She proved to Krista that being vision and hearing impaired was not a barrier. Susan C. Sauer, yeah, Tickasuk Brown Elementary School. Speech language pathology assistant, retires after 13 years with the district. Susan says it has been amazing to take part long-term in a single school's environment. Growing pains, expansion, program to leadership challenge have been experienced. Mostly, she shared she's grateful to have served so many students and their families in a direct way. I asked her if she was.
Melody Sonnenberg, a special education teacher at Wood River Elementary School, will be retiring after 25 years of service with the district. Patricia States, a science teacher at North Pole Middle School, will be retiring after 42 years of service with the district. Heather Stewart. Principal at Ryan Middle School, is retiring with 35 years of dedicated service. She shared that she loves running into former Ryan students in the community and seeing the adults they have become, knowing she played a small role in their journey, sharing that it has been an honor to serve the school district, Ryan Middle, and the Fairbanks community for over 19 years. Thank you. Elizabeth Story, an audiologist at University Park Elementary School, will be retiring after 7 years of service with the district. Michelle Thomas, a library assistant at North Pole Middle School, will be retiring after 16 years of service with the district. Tara Thompson, an elementary teacher at Wood River Elementary School, will be retiring after 25 years of service with the district. Charles Wolmsey, a carpenter with Facility Management Department, will be retiring after 20 years of service with the district. And Kristen Zirkel, a library associate at Ladd Elementary School, retired in August of 2025 after 11 years of service with the district. Kristen is our last retiree to be recognized and honored this evening. As was mentioned at the beginning of our recognition, the apple is an expression of respect, gratitude, and love for those special people who have helped guide us, shape us, and made a difference in our lives. Every year, for the retirement recognition, we solicit stories from our retirees, and each and every year we hear how our staff members, teachers, aides, custodians, secretaries, administrators, nutrition service staff, each and every single employee is an essential part of our district's mission to provide our students an excellent and equitable education and a safe and supportive learning environment. These stories reflect how each of you have made a difference in our lives and the lives of our students. It is the enterprise, commitment, and compassion of the thousands of professionals who work collaboratively day in and day out for our students who have made a difference for our present, past, and future students in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, producing generations of community members who go on to enrich not only our community, but our state, our nation, and our world. On behalf of the entire Board of Education and the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, we would like to send our sincere appreciation and gratitude to all our retirees. Congratulations to all of you and all the best in whatever and wherever your retirement takes you.
All right, thanks once again to all of our retirees who and their many years of dedicated service to this district and in many cases other districts as well. Next on our agenda is adoption of the agenda. Consent agenda items marked with an asterisk are considered routine items not requiring public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisked items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only a board member may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisked items will then be adopted by one single motion.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Mr. Wade has left. Miss Charlie?
Yes.
Miss Hewitt?
Yes.
Miss Maple?
Yes.
Mrs. Hull?
Yes.
Miss Julian?
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard?
Yes.
Mr. Burgess?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. The agenda is adopted with consent items. Next on the agenda is public comments on reports and non-agenda items. During this section of the agenda, the school board welcomes public comments on non-agenda topics. This is an opportunity for community members to be heard. The board will note the topics, though no official actions will be taken. Topics may be referred to the administration for further research and future potential action. Board members will not respond to comments or questions made by the public. Concerned citizens should first discuss matters with the superintendent or designee. After the superintendent or designee has heard the concerns, they may be brought to the board. Individual students and district personnel may not be discussed in public testimony. Please contact the district office to route concerns about individual students or district personnel through the appropriate channels. Members of the public will be given the opportunity to speak on agenda items at the time the item is introduced for action or discussion. Once the agenda is published, testifiers should email or call the school board office by 4:00 p.m. on the day of the meeting to sign up for public testimony. Students who have signed up in advance or are in the room and wishing to testify will be called upon first, followed by members of the public who have signed up in advance in the order in which they have signed up. If time remains, anyone else in person will be invited to testify until the 1-hour time limit has been reached. A sign-up sheet is available in the boardroom before the start of the meeting for those who have not already signed up in advance. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each and should provide their first name, spell their last name, and state their area of residence. I believe I have students who have signed up in the room. Is that? The first on the list is Ellie Cairo. Please state your name, spelling your last name, give your general area of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Elizabeth Hanson, Hanson, and I live in Fairbanks, Alaska, near Fox. And the reason I am up here is to change the school times to start later for the middle schools and high schools. My group, I came to testify for my group that have done lots of research to show why we should change the school starts later. The Child Mind Institute states that 8% of teenagers school that starts 7:30 and earlier, only 8% get the recommended amount of sleep for their age. The recommended amount of sleep is about 9 to 12 hours a night, and the National Library of Medicine states from ages 10 to 17, going to sleep starts later at around 10 to 11 p.m. A solution for not having enough bus drivers. Oh wait, no, sorry. The solution is switching the bus schedules to start at elementary schools and end at the high school. The bus schedules, how we can get more bus drivers is to have more benefits like a free lunch or breakfast and that they for their last stop and or free tutoring for their child. That's all I have.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hanson. Next, I have Lucy Graham. Please state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Lucy Graham, Graham, and this is Katie Hicks, Hicks. We are students at Tanana Middle School. Several other students and us are working on a Project Citizen report, and we're here today to talk about custodian outsourcing. We sent out a survey to students and staff about the cleanliness of our school and asked for their honest opinions. Our research showed that 82.5% of students and staff rated our school a 5 or lower on a cleanliness scale from 1 to 10. This is only a small portion of what we have seen while surveying the halls of our school. Notice that several of these pictures were taken on a Monday, which shows that even on the weekend, our school is not properly cleaned. One thing shown on this board is a Rocketeer vacuum. This is what the ABM janitors use to clean. How clean do you think these really get the floors? We were also told that the same ABM janitors have sometimes had only one real vacuum in the building and that it has been broken on several occasions. We also got input from 23 different staff members at Tanda, and they all shared similar opinions. The cleaners hired from ABM do not take pride in their work and sometimes do not really try. This affects the health and well-being of both students and staff, and not really caring is just unacceptable. On top of that, some students have said they feel uncomfortable, even embarrassed by how dirty our school is. According to the Daily News Miner and KTVF Fairbanks, our borough is saving an estimated $3 million each year by outsourcing custodians. They said this was because of a $32 million budget shortfall in the 2024-2025 school year and to avoid closing 2 elementary schools. While I understand the need for budget cuts, saving money should not come at the cost of our health and education. A dirty school creates a learning environment where students cannot focus and do not feel valued. Therefore, as part of our Project Citizen report, we are proposing that the district brings back non-outsourced night janitors. Those janitors took pride in their work, kept the school clean and safe, and most importantly, cared about the students at Tanda Middle School. We, the students, deserve a clean, safe, and welcoming place to learn. We ask this board to take our research seriously and make sure that saving money does not mean leaving our school filthy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Graham and Ms. Hicks. Are there any other students who would like to testify at this time? Seeing none, I will go to my list of folks who've signed up in advance. First, I have Heidi Wood.
Heidi Wood, W-O-O-D, and I live off Belane. Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. Thank you for your service to our community and for the time, care, and responsibility you carry in supporting students and families across our district. It is a heavy lift. I can appreciate. It's more than I can imagine. I serve as the chair of the Academic Policy Committee for the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter School. We are excited to open an innovative and collaborative school rooted in community. We are bringing forward partnerships with a NASA grant with UAF, fine arts with local artists, and the Fairbanks Summer Arts Festival, and the active involvement of Indigenous elders in our classrooms and gardens. And we invite all to be part of this collaborative school. We are ready to build connections to land, to learning, and to one another. Since applications have opened on April 29th, we've had a tremendous response from the Fairbanks community. We've received 320 applications for 352 total spots. We received 10 since we ran these stats, so we're actually at 330, but that's not included in these statistics, just FYI. 62% of the applicants did not attend the Pearl Creek Neighborhood School. 84% of applicants were not involved in founding the charter. 32% qualify for Migrant Ed or Title I status. And 23% of grade 1 to 6 applicants indicate that they do not currently attend district schools. 23%. If we extrapolate that 23% across the 298 grade 1 through 6 spots, that would be 69 new students to the district and a BSA increase of over $720,000 with an AADM multiplier. Think about that. We are committed to being strong, constructive partners with the district to pursue educational opportunities and support innovation system-wide in Fairbanks. We welcome your participation, feedback, and collaboration. We remain committed to ongoing dialogue and partnership moving forward. Thank you again for your time and your service.
Thank you, Ms. Wood, for your testimony. Next, I have April Monroe.
Hello, April Monroe, M-O-N-R-O-E. Okay, what a long year this has been. And it was certainly what I was reflecting on as I drove over here. Is kind of this, I feel like what has dominated my experience is this frustration of not being heard. And I was also thinking about how much that feeling has informed my life's work, that it's been hard when I'm in it and I'm glad later. And the way that like everybody loves an activist until they don't agree with you. You know, it's not as fun as it looks. But I was also thinking today, which is MMIW Day, kind of out in this crowd, just the way that that experience is painful, how we all send our children into a different world. And how we start at the start of this meeting, we build schools that work for all kids, but we don't, though. At the same time, nobody is more likely to get a PhD or to be failed at the elementary level than an Alaska Native woman. Statistically, nobody is also I mean, there's a reason we have an MMIW day. And I've got a kindergartner this fall. I would urge you to consider that the people who are in the closest proximity to a problem are also in the closest proximity to the solution. The school that is proposed to be built on the foundation at where Pearl Creek was and no longer is not the same school. And I think in your frustration that you've been unwilling to actually take a genuine look at that. I would urge you guys with sincerity to look at the admissions numbers, to consider that nearly 1 in 3 of the kids who have already applied to go to this school depend on subsistence for food security. That arguably the only school doing a good job of serving kids like my kids is a charter school. And to consider maybe that you don't have the solution to a problem you're not experiencing. I've been dismayed and kind of frustrated at how much other people aren't being heard, and want to urge you to deeply, sincerely look at the letters that you've received from the Equity Committee and scan down and look at those names. Ask Melissa about these folks. These are some of the people who on days you just think, this work is too hard. It's too hard to sit at a microphone and pretend that everything's great when your kids are at stake. These are the people who I call. These are the people who are doing that work with their whole hearts, with their whole lives. And I think that they are doing a better job building a revolutionary solution than anybody else in this room. And I think that to ignore that and consider litigating against a group of parents is the opposite of what each of you, I think, were entrusted to do. I don't always agree with the things that you guys do, but I would like to believe, and I think I do believe, that we agree that we should be putting kids first. And I urge you to do that, even when it challenges you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Monroe. Next on my list, I have Jennifer Redmond. I want to remind the audience, if you want to show support, please do it with jazz hands. We do want to keep the noise to a minimum and the interruptions so that we can get through everybody. Ms. Redmond, please state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Redmond, Redmond, Fairbanks, Alaska. Good evening, members of the board and superintendent. Thank you so much for your service. I serve on as the treasurer of the Academic Policy Committee at Pearl Creek STEAM. I want to begin by saying something I believe we all share. We value our kids, and we value strong public school system that serves every student in every school. The question tonight is not whether that is true. The question is whether we are willing to act on it. Because public education does not improve by standing still. It improves when we are willing to grow it, share it, and strengthen it together. Pearl Creek STEAM was built in that spirit to develop curriculum, strengthen teaching practice, and expand opportunities across the entire district. This is not a separate system. It is a shared instructional model designed to strengthen existing schools and not compete with them. This is not an abstract discussion. Let me show you what that looks like. A student begins to disengage, not because they don't care, but because school no longer feels like it's for them. Now imagine that same student after school, not out of obligation, but because of interest. They're working on a NASA partnership with UAF, building, testing, solving real problems. And what is developed in those projects is not isolated. It becomes curriculum, training, and project-based models for the district. For the first time, that student is not just learning science, they're participating in it. Down the hall, Indigenous students are not asked to leave their identity at the door. Their elders are in their classrooms, their knowledge is part of the curriculum, and their community is part of the learning. Less screen time and more forest time, hands-on, place-based education that is real and lasting. We are not building a bubble school, we're building a district instructional laboratory where strategies are developed, tested, measured, and then shared back to the classrooms across the system. The partnerships with the University, Fairbanks Native Association, Tanakanaga, NAACP, local artists, Summer Arts Festival, and Indigenous leaders are not exclusive. We are of shared capacity, curriculum models, teaching, training, engagement strategies, and community-based learning approaches. And I want to be very clear about something else. We're seeing a huge demand from families who are struggling, a bus driver who needs childcare, a nurse working rotating shifts, an Alaska Native father who said, I want my kids to feel like they belong. That's not a special request, that's a baseline promise. So the decision in front of you is straightforward. Will you support Pearl Creek as a district-wide opportunity that builds instructional capacity, strengthens teacher practice, and expands what is possible for students? There's a clear path, and we're asking you to build with us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Redmond. Next, I have Sydney Mullen. State your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sydney Mullen, Mullen, and I live off of Gold Hill. I am a mom to 3 young
Ms.
kids.
Mullen, could I ask you to get closer to the mic, please?
There you
Thank
go. I am a mom to 3 young kids. My oldest is completing 1st grade at U Park, and I have an incoming kindergartner this August, and they are U Park kiddos. I wanted to touch on 2 different topics tonight. First, I want to acknowledge that it is Educators Appreciation Week, and that's awesome. So my family has been so thankful for the support, the guidance, and the education that's been provided to not only our current 1st grader at U Park, but also to our family. Our child has needed some extra consideration and support, and U Park stepped up to the plate. They were there for her, and they were there for us without even batting an eye. I am so thankful to be a part of the U Park community. And with that in mind, I want to give a huge shout out to our principal, Allison Nicholson, our counselor, Ann Kettle, and my kiddos' current fabulous teachers, Lori Swanson and Miss Leiden. There are so many other teachers and staff members at U Park that I'd like to name, but I would go well over the time here and people would be bored of this testimony. Anyway, these incredible educators and staff have honestly meant the world to us and have helped us navigate when we have felt rudderless. It sure does take a village to raise kiddos, and I'm so thankful for our incredible neighborhood schools for serving as the backbone of that proverbial village. In a similar vein, I'd like to thank all of our school board members, you guys, for showing up for Fairbanks students, even when it's hard and even when it's thankless. I applaud your efforts in prioritizing the good for all students while making difficult decisions under intense financial pressure. Thank you. This brings me to my second topic. I support our school board's continued efforts in standing with Fairbanks students, all 11,000 of them. I can't deny that I was extremely disappointed with the politically appointed State Board of Education's decision to overrule your unanimous decision to reject the Pearl Creek STEAM charter application. I am asking you to appeal this in court. Fairbanks North Star Borough School District has had to close 6 schools to address our budget crisis, not just Pearl Creek. In making these incredibly tough decisions, we are now in a better financial spot and are looking to strengthen our local neighborhood schools by reducing the student-teacher ratio, bringing back band and orchestra, among many other things. Let's continue this incredible forward momentum by supporting and investing in the schools that are currently open, not by opening a new one. Fairbanks would be so much better for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mullen. Next on my list is Robert Herrick.
Robert Herrick, Herrick. I live near UAF. My understanding is that one of the topics for the later executive session is to consider further litigation to try and prevent the opening of Pearl Creek. I'm here to urge you to not do that. The simple fact is that when you accept funds from federal, state, and borough entities, that those funds always come with strings attached, most of which are legitimate oversight functions. And the trend that I see where this district and the board files lawsuits or threatens lawsuits because these entities are acting in ways that you don't like is counterproductive, particularly at a time when you are asking these entities for money right now. I don't think that you have a chance of succeeding with a further lawsuit. Realistically, you're not going to be able to prove that the Pearl Creek charter application was out of the norm for charter applications or somehow egregiously wrong. I don't think you're going to be able to successfully demonstrate that the State Board of Education acted out of line, particularly because they know of your litigious tendencies and did everything that they could in consultation with lawyers. And I don't think you're going to be able to demonstrate that the charter laws of the state are unreasonable or unconstitutional. So this is just not a productive enterprise. I think your time would be far better spent producing a report that demonstrates what is so far a largely unsubstantiated assertion that the budget surplus that caused money to be remanded to the borough was a result of completely unavoidable things that happened. So I think the borough, to get that money back, would like a report that deals month by month and year by year with all those accounts and shows what you are asserting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Herrick. Next on my list is Sarah Lewis. Please state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sarah Lewis, Lewis. I live off Farmers Loop. I actually have 2 topics I wanted to talk about tonight. And the first is that this spring, for the first time ever, one of my children had a science fair project and entered the science fair. And the most fantastic part about that was that I had nothing to do with it. I really want to express my appreciation for the people who made this happen at Randy Smith Middle School. It was the brainchild of the PTA, the principal, the teachers, and volunteers that brought the science fair back to Randy. And I don't want to minimize those contributions, but huge props go to Professor Katie Spellman and the NASA Globe program at IARC. Katie ran an after-school science fair club, so kids could go there and work on their projects in a science lab with scientists and get guided through that whole process. It ended up being the single largest project my 7th grader has ever completed, and it was almost entirely self-directed. I feel like she engaged a skill set that would have been a lot different if it had been me trying to help her do a project. So Katie Spellman and Globe also coordinated taking all these Fairbanks middle schoolers to the Alaska State Science and Engineering Fair in Anchorage. They chartered a bus. They took a bus full of middle schoolers all the way to Anchorage. They stayed in a hotel. They went to Dave & Buster's. They went to the zoo. And they presented their projects to a panel of judges. And it was amazing. And just as a middle schooler, you could see how impactful this experience was to her. It was more than some of its parts. And I especially wanted to bring this up tonight because I think it's a great example of the amazing things that can happen and that are happening at our neighborhood schools. And again, Globe is a NASA-funded grant. And that was at Randy Smith. These opportunities will only continue to grow if we as a community support them by choosing to invest where we're planted. The second thing I wanted to mention briefly is that I wanted to add my voice as a community member that I would urge the district to pursue legal action in the matter of the Pearl Creek Steam Charter appeal. I am disappointed that the State Board of Education did not elect to respect the decision of the school board, but ultimately, I actually think their ruling and the district's subsequent legal action will be better for the state. This way, we can shine a light on a very troubling statute and an even more troubling process as undertaken by the State Board. Without even bringing value judgments into it, this case study has exposed some serious inconsistencies and contradictions that require remediation, and the legislature is incapable of addressing them on their own without the impetus of court. This affects the whole state, and I think Fairbanks is basically taking one for the team and being the ones to address this. But I, for one, feel really proud to have a district that doesn't bow to bullies and that has such fidelity to its mission.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Lewis. Next, I have Beth Zerbis.
Hello. So my name is Beth Zirbes, Zirbes, and I live in Esther. I teach math at West Valley, and my 7-year-old is a second grader at U Park. As a teacher and a parent, I was very disappointed but not surprised by the state's decision to overturn the board's unanimous denial of the Pearl Creek STEAM charter. After years of budget cuts, I am pleased that our district is finally in a position to add back rather than cut. As a parent, I am excited that we can offer band and orchestra because I cannot fit it on our schedules. And as a teacher who had 40 sections of 30 students plus, including 33 in AP Calculus, any reduction in class sizes is a relief. 2 years ago, I was called upon to investigate the demographic inequities at our charter schools, and I cannot unsee what I saw, that our charter schools demographically resemble private schools. I cannot support the addition of another charter school, which has a high likelihood of a similar outcome. Additionally, the precedent set by this decision is dangerous and should be challenged. It simply cannot be right that we must stand up every charter that parents demand. All schools have suffered as a result of the state's lack of funding. If we have excess funds, those funds would be better spent on reducing class sizes further, especially in middle school. Notice I didn't say high school, which affects me. Maintaining and expanding ELP options in elementary school. My kiddo actually needs that. And increasing salaries so we can attract and retain staff. The needs of the many outweigh the desires of the few. The STEAM options can and should happen district-wide, so all students have access to this education. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zirbes. Next, I have Sean Holland.
Good evening. My name is Sean Holland, Holland, and I live in West Fairbanks, just down the street from University Park Elementary. My children attend University Park, and they attended Pearl Creek for 3 years before that. Last year, on October 21st, this board voted to deny the Pearl Creek STEAM charter school application. On October 25th, the Pearl Creek STEAM team sent an email to its supporters announcing plans to appeal to the state and asking the community to contact legislators. I received that email. On October 28th, 3 days later, after giving it some thought, I sent a response to the Pearl Creek STEAM team in response, and I'd like to read that email tonight as part of my testimony. Dear Pearl Creek STEAM Charter School team, I appreciate the tremendous effort, passion, and time that has gone into developing and putting forth this proposal. It is clear that this initiative has been driven by a deep commitment to students and to high-quality education in Fairbanks. However, given the current budget realities of our district, I believe that moving forward with an appeal to the state is not the right path. An approval by the State Board of Education would be divisive and could further strain a community that is already working hard to maintain the neighborhood schools we already have open. Our family was blessed to have our children attend Pearl Creek for 3 years. It was a wonderful school in a beautiful environment, and we are grateful for the experiences they had there. At the same time, Fairbanks has many excellent schools. While I lament the loss of Pearl Creek, I am optimistic about my children's future at University Park and confident in the educators who serve our community every day. I sincerely hope that we can move forward together by investing in and supporting the schools we are able to sustain. Strong, stable neighborhood schools benefit every child in Fairbanks. Thank you once again for your dedication and your hard work on behalf of students. Sincerely, Sean Holland.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Holland. Next, I have Alice Ree. State your name, spelling your last name, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Alice Rhee, R-H-E-E, and I live in Fairbanks off of Farmers Loop. I've come to believe that when you cut to the bone of it, technology in the classroom is a scam. I've been a researcher for Silicon Valley tech companies like Amazon my whole career, and I've been in it long enough to clearly see that big tech has sold their devices to us with grand futuristic promises of learning potential that overwhelmingly has not manifested for our children. International studies looking at millions of students over multiple years show that the more screen time students receive, the lower their scores in mathematics, in readings, math, and science. Research also shows that when put head to head against traditional learning, almost all digital interventions were less effective, and particularly less effective were programs that assign one device to one student and the general integration of tech in the classrooms. When I was in the Bay Area working at Twitch, the popular gaming and live streaming platform, I did a study once and never again on habit formation and the tangible behind the scenes strategies the company could take to create more highly engaged customers, customers who return over and over again and want to spend more and more time on the platform. Given what I know about this and what are called, quote, dark design patterns in the tech industry, it makes me feel sick to see my 5-year-old son, like a lab rat who's had his dopamine centers activated, begin to seek out any game-like experience he can find in our screen-free house, anything with buttons and lights and sounds. This behavior started after he began kindergarten and started using gamified, quote, learning apps on his classroom iPads every day. He's developed a neurological itch that he is compelled to scratch, and it does not happen during holiday breaks when he's not at school. It seems to me that by engaging in a public school system where this screen usage is mandatory, my kindergartner's brain is being productized for tech company profit without my consent. I've already emailed a detailed research-backed argument to the board, and I'm willing to help out wherever I can. But I want to be clear for all the parents and educators here that by integrating tech into the classroom and giving one-to-one devices to students versus adopting, say, a computer lab model, our school district is pursuing a path with significantly poorer learning outcomes than when kids are reading real books, writing on real paper, and engaging in project-based learning. The second largest school district in the nation, Los Angeles Unified, has just reversed course on screen time in schools, and I believe that we can as well. We can formalize a tech opt-out choice for families. We can perform a tech audit and a cost-benefit analysis to ensure that our constrained school budget is actually supporting real student growth. And we can adopt a more defensive starting posture regarding EdTech, as there is zero large-scale evidence that the general integration of tech in our classrooms improves student learning outcomes and a substantial body of evidence that it degrades them. Thank you very much for your time and your efforts here.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Ree. Next, I have Nicole Matthews.
Hi, I'm Nicole Matthews. That's Mattthews, and I live in Fairbanks. My name is Nicole Matthews, and I am a proud University Park parent who is continuing to advocate for support to move forward with opening Pearl Creek STEAM Charter School and abstain from pursuing legal action against the state of Alaska regarding the approval of Pearl Creek. The school board demonstrated pride in their language to promote collaboration and working together with parents to ensure our students would receive quality education. Since the 2024 budget was released, the board has worked in contradiction of that statement, whether withholding financial information, misrepresentation of state statutes, and outright rejecting the application's ability to move forward. This school board has demonstrated its own character, that they are unwilling to work with parents. I would like to ask the school board to swallow their pride of holding the rejection of Pearl Creek in their hands and comply with the State Board of Education's approval of Pearl Creek. One of the points of resistance to opening was the budgetary means. If you didn't have the money to open a school, then why do you have the money to litigate? And even though those numbers were fraudulent, I would like us to recognize that if you didn't have the money then, why do you think you have the money now to litigate? This is a contradiction, and clearly it isn't a fiscal issue. It's an issue of pride. It's an issue of control, and one that will continue to put our students at risk. Closing schools, leaving schools closed, and suing the state of Alaska to uphold an opinion that contradicts the needs of our students is disrespectful. It continues to create additional tension in our already crowded schools, limited staffing, and strain on our skilled educators. I love my school, U Park, and as much as I love our school, I would like to ask you to not only to listen to parents, students, and activists, but to comply with the state approval of this much wanted and needed charter school, one that offers quality education, one that is going to be diverse, one that is going to honor and have respect for the land that it is on. Continuing to reject Pearl Creek tells parents you're not willing to work with us. You actually just want to have your way. And if you want to prove a point, that's fine, but you need to be honest about it. You need to be willing to say, we're not interested in listening to parents. We think we know better than you about your own kid. And while that's not true, we do deserve the honesty. So I'm asking you once again, because this is not the first time I've asked you to open Pearl Creek, and it probably won't be the last, but I'm asking you once again to comply with the opening of the Pearl Creek Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Matthews. Next, I have Summer McMillan.
Hi, it's good to see you all again tonight. Thank you for having me. My name's Summer McMillan. It's McMillan, and I reside in Two Rivers. I have a lot to say, so I'm going to read fast. I'm here today as someone who has put in real work, months of collaboration, problem solving, and persistence into the charter school process, and I'm angry because of what's happening right now is not just frustrating, it's unfair. With the Homestead Charter School, we did everything we were told to do. We worked with the district, we followed the rules, we met the requirements, we accepted delays. We were told clearly, you cannot open this year. We had to wait. This was the process. We chose to follow the process for a reason. We were committed to doing this the right way because we care about student success, strong education, and building something that would actually serve kids well long term. That mattered to us more than rushing to open. So we respected it. And now we're watching that same process get completely ignored. The Pearl Creek STEAM Charter was unanimously denied by our locally elected school board. People chosen by this community to make thoughtful, informed decisions. And that decision was overridden by the Alaska State Board of Education and Early Development, an appointed board. On the basis that application was simply complete, not strong, not proven, not financially sound, just filled out. That's not a standard, that's a loophole. And let's be honest about what that means. It means the work doesn't matter, the collaboration doesn't matter, the financial realities don't matter, and the unanimous decision of a locally elected board doesn't matter. That's unacceptable because if that's the new rule, if all it takes is checking boxes, then what exactly were the rest of us doing? Why did we spend months doing this the right way? It feels like the rules changed mid-game and only for some people. And that's not just frustrating, it destroys trust. It tells every group going through this process that fairness depends on who you are, not what you do. And beyond that, it raises a bigger question. If our local board cannot consider financial harm, cannot evaluate whether a school is viable, and cannot ultimately make decisions for the district, then why do they exist? Why do we elect them? This is bigger than one charter school. This is about whether local governance means anything at all. Because if this stands, then every district in this state should be asking the same question. Are we actually allowed to govern, or are we just here to rubber stamp decisions made in Juneau? I'm asking you, do not ignore this. Do not accept this as normal. Because if you do, you are telling this community that their voice, their vote, and their work do not matter, and that is something worth being angry about. And I do want to be clear, this is not about opposing Pearl Creek. This is about process, fairness, and respect for local decision-making. I believe in doing things the right way, and that standard should apply to everyone.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
testimony, Ms.
I'm
Mc-
sorry.
All right, next is Mariah Lunderman. Please state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Mariah Lunderman, Lunderman. Good afternoon. I've heard some people say that Pearl Creek is like magic when you walk through its doors. For some families, that may be their experience, but for us, it was anything but magical. Our experience was one of fear, frustration, and ultimately disappointment. I'm here today to share why I made the decision to pull my daughter out of Pearl Creek School and begin homeschooling. From the very beginning, things went wrong. On her first day of kindergarten, the school lost her. For 2 hours, I didn't know where she was, only to later find out that she had been at the school the entire time. That's not just a mistake, that's a breakdown in basic safety. Unfortunately, that was only the start. My daughter was bullied consistently, both on the bus and at school. She is mixed race, and we are not a high income family, and it was clear that she was treated differently. No child should feel targeted or less than because of who they are or where they come from. Over time, the emotional impact became undeniable. In her own words, she said she never wants to go to school again. Think about that. A young child already associating education with fear, isolation, and distress. Academically, she also fell behind. She didn't receive the attention or support that she needed, and now she's nearly a year behind her peers. That's not just a gap in learning, that's a gap in opportunity. What concerns me even more is what she was exposed to on the bus. Because of a lack of proper supervision, she was introduced to sexual topics by older children far earlier than any child should be. That kind of exposure is not only inappropriate, it's harmful. No parent should have to worry about whether their child is safe, supported, and protected at school. I did every single day. That's why I made the decision to homeschool, not because I wanted to, but because I felt that I had no other choice. I'm sharing this because no child should have to go through what my daughter did. Schools have a responsibility, not just to educate, but to protect, to support, and to create an environment where every child feels safe and valued. That did not happen at Pearl Creek. If I decide to put her back in school, it would be Homestead Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Slenderman. Next, I have Haley Essig, I believe, on Zoom.
Hello?
We can hear you, Ms. Essig. If you would state your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Haley Essig, ESSIG, Farmers Loop. I'm here to talk about Pearl Creek Steam Charter in hopes that the decision to litigate hasn't already been made behind closed doors and in executive sessions. I believe it's important for the community to have a voice in this discussion and explain why your reasons for originally denying this charter do not hold up. To start, you said the district can't afford it. That doesn't add up. Consider where we are financially. This district had roughly $35 million in surplus, so much that you were forced to give back more than $11 million of it. Additionally, the FY27 budget assumed no increase to the BSA and no one-time funding. That's an extremely conservative assumption, especially right now, with the state projecting a $500 million increase in revenue because of oil prices, active legislation around education funding, and looking at what's happening in school districts statewide. It's just not realistic to think there will be nothing for education. The borough just gave you an additional $1.3 million. On top of all this, let's look at how this school brings revenue into the district. It brings families back, and we're already seeing that. 25% of the applicants are coming from out of district, much higher than the 10% your COO projected. This could mean close to $700,000 in additional funding brought into this district. Roughly $3 million in teacher salaries moved to Pearl Creek Steam's balance sheet. This district will also receive one-time startup funding from the state. So when you put it all together, it's hard to argue that this school could be a drain on district resources. Next, you claim the application was faulty, but the question has already been answered. Parents and teachers from Pearl Creek Steam followed the application guidance provided by both the state and this district, then exercised our right protected under Alaska statute to appeal to the state when we disagreed with this board's decision. The state looked at the exact same application and found it compliant with Alaska charter law and approved it. The state has the final say on all charter applications, whether they are approved by a local school board or not. The state's final say for Pearl Creek Steam application was not faulty. Finally, you said the school would likely fail. Enrollment opened a few days ago, and there are already over 320 applicants. 60% of applicants didn't previously attend Pearl Creek Elementary. That looks less like potential failure and more like a school in high demand with broad community support. So why are we here tonight talking about suing the state of Alaska over a charter school built by Fairbanks teachers and parents that this community clearly wants? Why are you considering spending district resources to fight something that has already been approved? Continuing to fight this pushes against local control, against the people who voted for you. I challenge you to put your egos aside tonight and admit facts have changed. The state has ruled, the financial picture is clear, the level of community support is undeniable. I ask you to be the leaders we elected you to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Essig. That brings me to the end of the list of folks who signed up in advance. I do have a couple more folks who signed up in this room, and we've got about 15 minutes left. So Laverne Hawkinson is next.
Hello. My name is Laverne Hawkinson, Haakanson, and I live in Fairbanks. When I first went to Tanana, custodians cleaned the chalkboards. Yes, there were chalkboards 26 years ago. Today, the custodians are not responsible for cleaning our now whiteboards, nor are they vacuuming our carpets regularly. It was about 15 or 20 years ago that our district thought it would be more beneficial to have carpets on her floors. Before this happened, students from Annie Armstrong's or Joanne Knight's class did a citizen project on carpets in a classroom. The group testified after intense research that if the carpet is not cleaned daily, the carpet dust builds up, which creates health hazards, causes allergens, gives poor air quality, and accelerates the deterioration of carpet fibers. In plain terms, ruins the carpets at accelerated rates. Our community and schools were promised that the carpets would be cleaned on a regular basis. In my classroom, my carpet is wearing down as they are not vacuumed on a daily basis or even a weekly basis. Last week was the worst. They weren't vacuumed once. On Friday, I had my students stack the chairs in hopes that the carpets would get vacuumed over the weekend. Nope. I came in early on Monday to get prepared for the week and found my room just as messy as it was on Friday. So I spent my time cleaning and vacuuming. During PLCs yesterday, 7 educators shared that their rooms were not cleaned either. One person shared the custodians called out and there were no replacements to finish the job all week. This was not the first time that this happened. I tried to get a vacuum cleaner from the location where they were stored years before, and this new group was hired. The vacuum cleaners that the district had were amazing. They cleaned the carpets well. Those cleaners are gone, vanished. And now there is the one that Lucy mentioned before, the Rocketeer vacuum cleaner that they wear on their backpack. Really, if those worked, we'd all have them in our homes and we'd be using those. What gives? Where did those amazing cleaners go? And yes, by the way, they were even better than the $1,500 Kirby vacuum cleaner. I'm in shock at how dirty our schools are today. We have the public using our buildings, and it's embarrassing. The gym floors are so dirty that people are tripping, and I did trip and almost fall during a volleyball game, as the gym floors are not squeaky clean. At one point, we didn't even have brooms to sweep the floors before a volleyball game. Please reconsider this devastating choice to outsource our custodians. It is not working. And if you people listening work in our schools and are having the same experience, please share your concerns with our school board that will hopefully listen to us. I'm leaving Tanana and will miss it. Please take care of our Eagle's Nest. And thank you to our project citizen groups that plant seeds and make a difference.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hawkinson. Next, I have Adia Cotter.
Good evening, Adia Cotter, Cotter, and I live in the McGrath area. I would like to thank the school district for the North Star Future Showcase that happened a couple of weeks ago. I attended that with my soon-to-be 9th grader. There were a lot of district employees there, and I just want to thank everyone who had a part in putting that on. Things like that are a lot of work. They take a lot of time, and there's a lot of behind-the-scenes effort that goes on. So thank you to every single person that contributed to that. As I was sitting there in a presentation about after school activities, something occurred to me. I was a student more than 35 years ago. School now is very different. The logistics of school are different. I forgot that we had chalkboards at one time until Miss Hawkinson just said something about that. The way we teach is different. The way kids behave is different. And I have made a lot of decisions as a parent for my children. And I've made a lot of mistakes about their schooling. And as I was sitting there listening to this presentation, it occurred to me that some of those mistakes, I think, are because my decision making and my choices are based on my experience as a student 35 years ago. And school now is very different. It's not a good or bad thing, it just is. And I really feel like events like this are pretty valuable for updating our operating systems. I'm on a Windows 5. I'm operating on a Windows 5 here as a parent in the district. I need to be on Windows, whatever we are now, 15. And you don't know what you don't know. And so, when the district holds things like this and offers this opportunity to come and learn and think and share information, I really appreciate that as a parent, because that gives me more information. It gives me good information to make decisions about my kids' schooling. My oldest kid graduates in a week. He has not had an easy go of school. He's not had the same experience I had as a public school student. And I think, the more information and the more ways that parents can engage with the school district about our kids' education and the choices we have to make is a good thing. And being able to invest in our kids like that is what I expect from this school district. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Cotter. We have a few minutes left. If there is anyone in the audience, please come forward. State your name, spelling your last, and you will have give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Name is Gwen Jackson, live in Fairbanks, Jackson, sorry. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity to testify. I know there's been a lot of tension and honestly animosity over the Pearl Creek STEAM charter school situation. I genuinely believe that quite a bit of that animosity comes from the physiological process that happens when high anxiety or stressful situations occur. As far as the district admin side, I believe much of that anxiety was rooted in a sense of losing control, and on the community side, a sense of either being dismissed or downright panic that their kids somehow didn't rank as important in the district's eyes or would be left behind. Heightened anxiety can cause our brains to struggle with processing information and leading to a lack of clarity or understanding. I hope the animosity was not rooted in power, control, or hate. Though I do have to intellectually wonder about that given the way some APC members have been treated. It looks awfully similar to retaliation. Due to the fact that approval came from the state school board, which I would like to point out, as Ms. Essig said earlier, the state school board always has the final say on a charter, whether it's an approval or a denial. So that's nothing new in and of itself. Some seem to believe that local control has been lost. I would like to clarify that local control belongs to the parents and community members. Parents and community members appoint a local school board through an election to represent them in overseeing district employees on their behalf. Parents and community members then have the responsibility to pay attention and continually inform the board and district to make sure the education system is not getting hijacked by anyone elected or hired, but is still aligned with the local community. The state has put in place a checks and balances system, and the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter School, whether you agree with them or not, utilize those checks and balances. So local control was not lost, it was in fact retained. There are some interesting notes on the application statistics I heard mentioned earlier. They said 32% qualify for migrant ed or Title I services. That exactly matches the percentage of Title I students for the district as a whole. I think that's something to take into consideration. It also said that 23% that are currently out of district would total around 69, and that's nearly 12% of this year's enrollment decline. So I think that's important as well. I think it's pretty exciting to be able to partner with all of your community, not just parts of it. And this would just be something to offer the community. I think that's pretty exciting. It is also important to note that every dollar spent on lawsuits is $1 less spent on students. An earlier testimony believes the charter opening would keep you guys from being able to lower PTR, add back band and orchestra. And I hope she can connect the dots that the projections and reasonable analytical analysis and historic data were not done well. And that is what led to $11.4 million having to go back to the district. And I have to do that as a business owner. It is possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Jackson. Anyone else in the audience? Ms. Brown, please come forward. State your name, spelling your last, give your general area of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is this on? Yeah. My name is Caroline Brown, Brown, and I live in Fairbanks. I have 2 kids in high school in the district. I listened to all the testimony tonight, and I've heard a lot of things, information that's framed in an interesting way. And I guess I just want to say that I'm really proud that the district has gotten itself to a place where we have scaled appropriately to the student population, and that is directly related to our ability to think about adding things back. I sat on the budget committee, was in person at all those meetings. I learned a lot, not the least of which is that you can't spend the same dollar twice. So it is true that if we spend $1 one way, opening a school, opening another school after we close several, we won't be spending that same dollar on other things. I am particularly interested in our investments reaching the greatest number of students. As awesome as some of the ideas sound, I also think that they're something that we can do and work towards in all of our schools. That said, I kind of want to switch gears and acknowledge that this week is Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week. And if you're listening out there and you're a parent or a student and you haven't thanked a teacher or a staff member, please take time to do it. You've got several more days this week to do it. And I just can't speak strongly enough to the, I think, quality of our teachers and staff across the district, and the importance of the role that they play in not just educating, but really being a community. If you're not a member of your PTA or PTSA at your school, please consider reaching out. If you don't have time to do that, that's okay too, but send a quick email. I think that makes a big difference, and I think it's really appreciated. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. That brings us to the end of our hour that's allotted for public hearing. So at this point, we will close public hearing. And our next agenda item is the Borough Assembly report. Garrett Armstrong, Borough Assembly Finance Vice Chair, will provide the Assembly report.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I don't ask every time. Do I need to press the button to turn this on, or is it already
We can hear
on?
you.
Excellent. Sorry for that, folks. So, good evening. My name is Garrett Armstrong. Good evening to all here on the board, as well as everyone listening to Radio Land and those in the audience. So I'm here to give the Borough Assembly's report, which, in short, on things of interest to this Board of Education. So the big thing, of course, coming up at our regular business meeting on Thursday is going to be the budget. So that'll be ordinance number 2026-20. So of interest, I think, to this board are a couple sections of it I'd like to read to you guys, chunks of. So section 3 is concerned education, which appropriates $151,403,082, plus the amount of the final borough adopted contribution education, which is subject to change and dependent on some factors. Also, section 11, which the school district, fund an amount in the total of $5,250,000 will be moved from the school district facilities maintenance reserve to the general fund for the use of education. And also, so add like the total, and so there's that. Also on page 11 of of this ordinance, if anyone cares to look it up, you'll find on page 11 you'll see the recommended amount, the amount that's slated to be the local contribution education in the amount of $65,750,000. Now, so of course the public is welcome and invited to come give comment, as well as everyone here at our meeting on Thursday. So with that, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Any questions from the board? Ms. Julian.
Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Armstrong. I do have a couple questions, so I'll start with one, and then you can put me in the queue if there's others. Can you just clarify a little bit? So the current resolution the current resolution that's sitting on the table for approval by the Borough Assembly, is it $60 million to be used from the General Operation Fund to support the local contribution, and then supplementing $5.7 million from the School District Maintenance Reserve Fund, taking it from that account and then putting it into the school district's local contribution? And I understanding that that's what's currently on the table.
Yes, that's the current arrangement.
Okay, thank you.
Follow up, Ms. Julian?
Yes. Will the Assembly be opening the meeting this Thursday for conversation around that, or is that going to be delayed? I was looking at if the agenda is going to be opened for conversations around the budget this week, or if that is going to be at next week's meeting.
As far as I understand, because this is item on our regularly scheduled agenda, I believe public comment is, as I said, welcome and invited, and discussion will be probably had between members of the Assembly at this meeting. As far as I understand, yes. Yeah.
Ms. Hewitt.
I just wanted to say thanks for being an educator.
Oh, thank you. It's been very nice. For those of you who don't know, I'm a PE teacher by day at Woodard Elementary. Go Wolf Pups. Yeah.
Happy Teacher Appreciation Week, Mr. Armstrong.
I appreciate it. I feel appreciated. And also ended closing it, by the way, what Ms. Hawkinson said about the project, the carpets. It's true. Actually, my mom's school, Woodward Town Middle School, she taught that, and my sister was part of that project citizen group that organized that. I learned a lot about flooring that summer with my sister. So with that, thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
One more question.
Oh, yes.
For Ms. Julian.
Sorry, I have another question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong, for being here. Do you have an agenda item yet scheduled to discuss a potential lease of the former Pearl Creek School to the Pearl Creek Charter School?
I have not seen one yet. I know on next Thursday's meeting, I did not see it on the agenda. I haven't looked ahead to see what's in the coming weeks, but it'll be not for another 2. Yeah, so I have not seen anything yet to that effect, no.
Okay. And what is your timeline for putting things on an agenda?
I'll be honest, my first year doing this, so I'm still not sure exact time frame, but I do know like it has to be, any item has to be introduced at a work session meeting, which would be probably the earliest would be next week is our next regular scheduled work session, and our committee of the whole, aka work session. And then it has to be brought up there, and then of course brought to the next assembly meeting, unless scheduled otherwise the following week. So,
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is advisory member reports and comments. Ms. Charlie, do you have a report tonight?
I have a few things, thank you. As April mentioned, it is today is the National Gathering of Remembrance for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People. And so we did have a gathering today downtown. There was quite a few people in attendance, and I want to thank everybody who were there, especially the law enforcement. I also wanted to congratulate all of those retiring from the school district, and especially thank you, Carm, and thank you for all of your service to the district and always keeping us prepared and ready for these meetings every other week. So thank you and happy retirement. I also want to congratulate all those graduating this year. There's going to be a lot of graduations this week. I have been invited to speak at the Effie Cochran Charter School graduation on Friday, so I'm really excited about that. I'm really honored to that they have asked me and invited me to speak there. So I'm looking forward to that. And I just want to acknowledge all of the youth comments tonight. All of the comments. I appreciate all of that. I appreciate what everybody has brought to the table, where they're coming from, what they said, what their concerns are, and that's all I have. Bessie.
Thank you, Ms. Charlie. Any questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. Next on the agenda is board committee reports. Board member chairs are given the opportunity to report on the committees they are chairing. Are there any committee reports from board members today? All right, I'm not seeing any there either, which brings us to the president's report. So my report for today, I do have something to talk about. There have been a few things in the news lately regarding our district. The unanticipated net positive at the end of FY25 ordinance that swept those funds that we heard some folks testify tonight about, and of course the state board's decision to approve a charter that the board unanimously voted down. But I actually want to talk about a bigger issue, one that I believe these individual challenges are symptoms of. Last week I was kind of on vacation, mostly on vacation. I did take a couple breaks to deal with incoming news and speak with reporters, but I took advantage of the downtime to start reading a book that I've been meaning to get to. I forgot to bring the book so I could hold it up as a prop tonight, but it's called, I picked it up while I was attending a professional development opportunity with district staff at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. It's called Why School Boards Matter: Reclaiming the Heart of American Education and Democracy, written by Scott R. Levy. The author served on a school board in New York for over a decade and has conducted independent research on the history and politics of school boards. The main point that the author makes in this book is that over several decades, the power of local school boards has been gradually and more recently rapidly eroded in favor of sweeping state and federal policies, and that this has in turn left local communities with less choice, less ability to hold leaders accountable, and confusion about the lines of authority and roles and responsibilities of school boards and other governmental bodies. He argues that this results in less power for local communities and a consequential weakening of democracy. The author calls out the trend for increased standardization of testing and curriculum through state legislation, which is often seen as micromanagement of districts and the professionals that they employ. He is also quite blunt in stating that he believes that school boards are increasingly being ignored as part of the solution, relegated to the periphery of the discussion, or looked at as inferior or subordinate to other governmental bodies. I think most people run for an office like school board because they believe that they can effectuate actual positive change, however they might define that. However, the author writes Many of the problems we have witnessed in recent years have often flowed from a disconnect of citizens thinking that they have a direct say in how their schools operate by voicing concerns to their district's school board, then finding instead that school boards are not as responsive as anticipated because the scope of their power has been reduced. Later in the introduction, speaking of recent efforts to address challenges with our country's education system, he states, a sustained focus on school boards as a mechanism for positive change has been notably absent. It's almost as if there's an unspoken consensus among experts that school boards simply do not matter. Boy, do I feel that. This year in particular, for this board in particular, we are feeling that power struggle between the board and other levels of government. And I think this board is feeling increasingly cornered by it, considering the difficult decisions that have had to be made in recent years and the potential for others to capitalize on those decisions for political or personal gain, especially given the general perception that school boards have more power than they actually do. So how do we keep moving forward? The book suggests that there needs to be a recognition of the utility, flexibility, and responsiveness of school boards, and an increased willingness to defer to the expertise of locally elected boards who are truly accountable to their community and have the capacity to address the specific concerns related to education because of their specific focus. Federal, state, and municipal governments have important roles to play in terms of funding, accountability, and support for districts. But the scope of their responsibility is too great and their jurisdictions too broad to truly be able to identify, understand, and address the needs of local communities. We need to find a better balance. School districts need to have enough autonomy to produce a sustainable budget and plan for the future, determine the curricular, cultural, and logistical needs of a community, and have the room to let their teachers explore and innovate rather than be restricted to overly prescriptive curricula and regulation. Ultimately, this book makes the points that school boards do matter and should be given the respect and autonomy that they need in order to fulfill their only mission, to provide the best education possible to all students. I thank the board, this administration, and our supporters for the combined efforts to fight for local governance that serves all of our students, and I will conclude my report there. Any questions? Next agenda item is the superintendent's report. Dr. Meinert.
All right, thank you, President Burgess. As mentioned a couple times this evening, it is Teacher Appreciation Week, and I want to take a moment to recognize and thank the teachers and staff across our district for the extraordinary work they do each and every day. Because of their commitment, care, professionalism, and consistency, we are changing the lives of students here in Fairbanks. More students are graduating than ever before. Student reading proficiencies are rising. Elementary attendance is improving, and students continue to shine through the many extracurricular opportunities available across our district. These successes are not accidental. They reflect the daily work of staff who show up, give their best, and believe in what is possible for every student every day. Thank you to our dedicated teachers and staff for all that you do. Parents of incoming kindergarten students are encouraged to watch for kindergarten roundup activities at their local schools. The best way to learn about these opportunities is by checking individual school websites and following the district Facebook page. Families who enroll their incoming kindergartner for the 26-27 school year by May 13th will be entered to win a backpack filled with school supplies. Children who will be 5 years old on or before September 1st, 2026 are eligible to enroll in our school district. To enter, simply complete online enrollment at www.k12northstar.org/enroll. Families who have already enrolled are all set and will be automatically entered into that drawing, and winners will be randomly selected and backpacks may be picked up at your child's school. Thank you to Alaska 529, Summit Church Alaska, and the world's biggest backpack for making this giveaway possible. Congratulations to Lathrop High School's academic decathlon team on earning another Division III national championship title. Super impressive. After 10 grueling months of intensive studying, speech development, and interview practice, this outstanding team represented Lathrop, our district, and Alaska with excellence. Their dedication, discipline, and teamwork are a tremendous source of pride for our community. It's amazing that they continue to do what they do year in and year out. A special congratulations to Mark Yang for earning overall gold in the Honor Division III category, and to Christian Yu for earning overall silver in the Scholastic Division II category. We're incredibly proud of these students, their coaches, and everyone who supported them throughout a remarkable academic decathlon season. And then lastly, I wanted to end with a poem, and I know most of our retirees are gone and they've left, but I started to put together a poem, and then full disclosure to our English teachers out there, I did have to use Gemini on a couple parts because it's been a very long time since I wrote a poem, but I thought it was incredibly awesome looking through all of our retirees, the amazing accomplishments that they've had, and what a rich history that they've brought to our district. And so I tried to capture that in the poem. So the poem is called A Fairbanks Farewell to Our Retirees. Today we gather with gratitude and cheer to honor the people retiring this year. From classrooms and kitchens, from offices and halls, from libraries, workshops, and playgrounds call. You taught math and science, history and art, and helped students believe they were capable and smart. You guided with patience, with wisdom, with care, and built school communities beyond compare. Some brought culture and family spirit to every school day, with Alaska Native traditions lighting the way. Some helped students find their voice, their confidence, their stride, standing beside them with encouragement and pride. There were quilts and simulations, trails climbed with delight, space shuttles launched, and lessons that took flight. There were big classroom tables where ideas could grow, and aha moments only great teachers know. You helped students master monkey bars, numbers, reading, and more, and welcomed them each morning through every school door. You celebrated graduations with families and tears, and watched children become adults across the years. You kept buildings running, meals prepared, records right, supported special education with purpose and light. You answered phones, managed details, repaired what was worn, and helped make schools ready before each new morn. From Weller to Ryan, from Tanana to West Valley, from North Pole to Wood River, across every valley. From Hutchison, Lathrop, Tickassook, and Denali, your service has shaped our district's story. Some gave 6 years and some 42, each year a gift in the work that you do. Together, your service is a legacy bright, a constellation of stars and Fairbanks' North Star light. So here's to the laughter, the lessons, the care, the friendships, the memories, the moments you share. You leave behind more than a role or a name. You leave students and schools forever changed. With heartfelt thanks, we celebrate you today and wish you joy as you head on your way. May retirement bring rest, adventure, and cheer. You have made a difference year after year. So just a huge thank you for all of our retirees. We will miss you dearly. And as I always say, please do come back and help us out at our schools once that 6-month wait period is over, because we have an amazing community of retired teachers that continue to pour back into our students every day.
Thank you, Dr. Meinert. Any questions for Dr. Meinert? I'm not seeing any. Oh, Ms. Julian.
Thank you, Dr. Meinert. I appreciate the poem, even though you used Gemini, which I don't appreciate, but I understand.
I was a little rusty, Miss Julian.
I understand, but anyway, so I do want to ask a little bit about, we've heard consistently, we've heard not consistently, but we heard a couple students talk tonight, and I'm grateful for their testimony about the ABM outsourcing and the cleanliness of schools. And I know that we had a presentation from ABM last fall, and that was really helpful as a board member to be able to do a check-in with them. Do we have anything coming up, or is there any opportunity for us to engage and get another progress report on that topic?
We don't currently have anything scheduled before the board, but we'll certainly follow up with the students and the principal at Tanana to see if there's specific areas of improvement that we need to look at. You know, ABM's performance has improved greatly throughout the year. I think even since that initial conversation here at the board level, and then I know a variety of board members were able to do walkthroughs with ABM at a number of our schools this spring. But we will follow up with Tanana to see what the challenges and pain points are there to make sure that, you know, those are being taken care of. We do want our schools to be a source of pride for our students and staff, and there's no reason why our teachers should be having to clean up their rooms after a weekend.
Follow up, Ms. Dooley?
Yeah, and another follow-up question. I guess I'm filling in for Mr. Doran since he's not here. So happy to take that role. I'm actually really curious, and this is more, I didn't prep you for this, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but the LA Unified School District passed a really forward-facing limiting of technology use in schools, and they're the first ones to do it in the entire United States. Trailblazers. I know that you are also very connected with other superintendents throughout not only Alaska but throughout the lower 48. Has there been any chatter from the superintendent world on kind of what I'm sensing is a trend to just assess technology use and such. And again, I'm putting you on the spot, and I apologize, but it was some tremendous testimony tonight.
Yeah, no problem for putting me on the spot. It was great testimony, and as often happens in education, there's a bit of a pendulum swing that kind of goes back and forth. And so I think what we're seeing is around COVID, we definitely swung in one direction in terms of standing up a lot of technology within schools and school districts and using a lot of virtual tools for our students. And now it does seem like there's a shift back towards the middle. And I want to be careful to categorize what LA Unified has done. It's not that they've taken all of the computers out of the classroom. They've just put limits and more guardrails on what technology use looks like within their school district. I think we already have some of those light guardrails, but we've started those conversations here internally and definitely have had conversations on a statewide basis through superintendents of what that looks like. I think that also leads to a question that some of us continue to ask the state is if they're wanting us to start to look at technology use and potentially use less technology, do we look at standardized testing going back to paper pencil and not relying on computers? Because a big driver of computer adoption and devices within schools has been online testing. And so that needs to go in tandem a bit in terms of school districts have to have a number of devices to complete the standardized testing that states required, that they do require. And so it wouldn't be an immediate, we wouldn't be able to decrease the amount of devices immediately without state testing kind of following suit. So more to come on that. I'm sure we'll have continued conversations, just like anything, it ebbs and flows, but it is something that we've already started conversations on and something that I'm following very closely.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands. Check one more time. Okay, thank you, Dr. Miner. Next, if they're ready, but let me know if you need a break, is the Sources of Strength report. Jasmine Nickel, counselor at West Valley High School, will announce the Sources of Strength, or SOS, peer leaders, Shayla Mazer, Violet Burgess, Jack Jones, and Kaylee Masterson, who will provide the SOS report. Let's take a 10-minute recess while we figure out technology. All right, at 8:07 p.m., we are bringing this meeting of the Fairbanks North Starborough School Board back to order. We are on agenda item J1, Sources of Strength Report. And I'll just introduce this again. Jasmine Nickel, counselor at West Valley High School, will announce the Sources of Strength, or SOS, peer leaders, Shayla Mazer, Violet Burgess, Jack Jones, and Callie Masterson, who will provide the SOS report.
Thank you and good evening. As you said, my name is Jasmine Nickel, and I am a school counselor at West Valley High School this year, and I've been with the school district for 10 years as a school counselor. I've had the privilege of leading SOS groups at different schools for almost 7 years, and the Sources of Strength SOS program is very powerful. I've learned a lot about our students and a lot about mental health. I was lucky at West Valley because when I stepped in, Joy Grubus had it already set up as a pretty strong club, and I came in with some leaders already in place. Our president, Violet, vice president, Callie. These students inspire me every day. And I just want to say something about mental health. I've realized there's still a lot of stigma among adults and even in our community about mental health. There is fear. Yet youth, our kids want help, and they want to help others. Many people ask me, how do I have the time and energy to do this club and spend extra hours? But I ask back, how do you not have the time? I wonder, what can we do? Can we do more? And students cannot show up and learn unless they feel okay mentally. So it is my privilege to introduce our SOS team. A little side note, though, is I want to thank the school board and the district for refunding back some school counseling positions, which enable these programs to happen. More staff, more support. So I'm going to turn it over to the leaders of West Valley SOS.
My name is Violet Burgess, and I'm the president of SOS at West Valley High School. And please note that in an effort to reduce stigma and this kind of criminal connotation, we ask people to no longer use the term committed suicide and instead use died by suicide as an alternative. So nationwide, anxiety disorders and depression are the most common health diagnoses for youth. In surveys between 2021 and 2023, it was found that 20% of kids ages 12 through 17 reported symptoms of anxiety in the past 2 weeks, while 18% reported symptoms of depression in the past 2 weeks. Among U.S. high school students, 40% reported symptoms of depression, 20% reported suicidal ideation, 16% reported making a suicide plan, and 9% reported that they had attempted themselves. 9% may seem small, but with an estimated 17 million high school students actively enrolled in the United States, 9% is equal to roughly 1,530,000 individual students. Slide 2. So Alaska's stats on youth mental health. Alaska's Youth Risk Behavior Survey is administered every 2 years, though 2021 was skipped due to COVID-19 school closures. From these surveys, it's been gathered that from 2011 to 2023, Alaska youth suicide rates more than doubled, going from 8% to 19%. It's also a known fact that LGBTQIA+ youth experience much higher rates of depression and suicide attempts than their heterosexual and cisgender peers, largely because of discrimination and bullying. Who's the third slide? It was you. Oh, I did it just now. Your turn.
I'm Callie Masterson, the current vice president at West Valley High School. And with Ms. Nichols' guidance, we decided to get data from people within our club with an anonymous survey. We did this so we could see a visual representation of what is happening with our teens. I'd like to note that not all health statistics are reported, meaning that this number could also be way higher, sorry. What you see here is over half had suicidal thoughts or have self-harmed previously to cope. 51% felt they had experienced depression, and our highest rate is 60% of people who surveyed struggle with anxiety or worry that has interfered with their focus at school. There is research on the effects of mental health in schools. Students exposed to ongoing trauma have greater risk for mental health disorders and school failure. Data has shown there's a relationship between poor mental health and the risk of not completing education. Schools are a very important part of contact for prevention, identification, and treatment of mental health issues and disorders. I'd like to point out that the National Crisis Prevention Hotline 988, it was founded based off of need, and you can call or text them anytime within the U.S.
So then some SOS history. While working in juvenile justice as the head of Police Youth Bureau in North Dakota, Sources of Strength founder Mark Lomoray and his team were involved in statewide intervention and crisis response with teenagers and their families. At the time, North Dakota had some of the highest teen suicide fatality rates in the nation, and over a period of 3 years in his position, Mark attended many teen funerals. Some of these deaths were results of drunk driving accidents, some were accidental overdoses, and many were suicides. And a side note to consider is that some Alaskan communities have similarities to this experience. For example, speaking to Morgan Clay, a former board member for the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention, she shared that in the North Slope region and Lower Kuskokwim region, there were 8 reported suicides in 1 month. So Mark Lomoray came away from the experience of witnessing these teen deaths with a profound sense that more could be done to get ahead of these issues and move beyond reactionary and crisis-driven responses. In 1998, Mark Lomoray left his job at the Police Youth Bureau to begin what would become Sources of Strength with the vision to move further upstream in prevention efforts. Sources of Strength is presently partnering with thousands of elementary, middle, and high schools across the United States and Canada. Sources also works with dozens of cultural community centers, organizations, LGBTQ+ centers, faith-based groups, detention centers, military, and much more. Today, there are active Sources teams in the U.S. states and Canadian provinces, in rural, urban, suburban, tribal, and indigenous communities all across North America. Sources of Strength takes a strength-based, upstream approach to preventing negative outcomes while promoting well-being, help-seeking, resilience, healthy coping, destigmatization of mental health issues, and a sense of belonging.
Hello. I am Jack Jones, and as of next year, I will be the president of West Valley SOS. So, Sources of Strength has a lot of core values that we try to, focus on in our club. So we're strength-based in that we believe in the presence of strength in every individual as well as within the community, and that Sources of Strength can really transform people's lives. We're here to bring the joy and fun that gets people excited about the club and within the school to participate and think more deeply about these issues. And of course, we have to embrace the journey. Certainly not in my lifetime will suicide ever be something that's not talked about or an issue. But we have to realize that just pushing to really help people is the ultimate goal of SOS. And of course, we're working our strengths wheel, and we believe very strongly that all of these aspects and strengths can connect people and help them on their mental health journeys. And we work really hard to push our strengths one every month school-wide. And so we practice hostility We recognize our place in a larger whole, that we stay grounded when we celebrate and learn from our collective efforts of those we serve, our partners, and one another. So, on the corner of our slide here, you will see one of many SOS tools. Is a thank you card that we do at our lunch table that we usually conduct 1 to 2 times a week. And if students choose to interact with our table, they can win a prize. For example, filling out that card would be saying thank you to somebody in their community or within the school or a friend, and just let them know that they're appreciated, and then we can deliver it to that person as long as they're within the school.
My name's Shayla Mazer. I'm another peer leader of SOS. So the SOS program has been shown to educate students in issues including suicide, connectedness to adults, and school engagement. SOS peer leaders were also more likely than other students to refer a suicidal friend to an adult. For students, this program resulted in increased perceptions of adult support for suicidal youths, particularly among those with a history of suicidal ideation. A 2025 study by the CDC showed that the sources of strength interventions reduced the overall odds of a suicide by about 29%. In our district, West Valley is not the only school using the SOS program. It is also currently active at North Pole High, Randy Smith Middle, and Ryan Middle. Other schools have expressed interest in implementing SOS next year. When we took data from our SOS classroom, we also had some really positive feedback on what the program has done to help our students. So here are some testimonies on the slide. SOS has helped me realize mental health should be recognized. SOS has given me a place to help others. SOS saved me. I have met some of my best friends here. SOS helped me help others who have struggled. And I have learned what a healthy and unhealthy relationship is.
All right. So, in SOS, we like to do a lot of community service and outreach to connect people and raise awareness for our club and about suicide in Alaska. We've worked to raise money and donate to Resource Center for Parents and Children, the RCPC, and 988, the suicide hotline discussed earlier. Starting with the picture in the top left, a group of us volunteered with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention at a Darkness Walk in the fall of 2025. Moving down, those are 2 pictures from our yearly SOS Peer Training event, where we recruit new members and raise interest for the club. Then you can see at the bottom right, we did a mental health strength kickoff. With the help of Miss Scanlon, we were able to provide free popcorn for the entirety of the school. And now on the top right is our president and vice president presenting during one of our school's spirit weeks, in which they decided to dress up as barbecue dads. So here's a group of our 2025 SOS peer training event. So this shows, look at all those people, that there's a lot of interest in the club in West Valley. And we've had several new members since we held that event this year. And we'd like to thank our West Valley teachers and staff for supporting SOS and allowing students to meet during most of their Wednesday extensions, and of course allowing them to meet during that day. And particularly staff sponsors that we like to reach out to and appreciate are Miss Cook, Miss Wong, and Miss Hornbuckle. And the first time I went to a peer training event was in 2024, and that really sparked my interest in SOS because I was just so interested in how these strengths can change a person's life and the community. In SOS, we talk a lot about how friends are the first to know when a teen is having suicidal ideology. And that's why I feel like the strengths can equip, people who are actually hearing these things, the youth, to address them and help support each other.
I would also like to add to what Jack's saying of how it's shown interest. I know since we're seniors now, when we were sophomores, there was like maybe 20 people at most in it, but now there's like over 80, so there is definitely a growing interest.
All right, and now we'd like to open up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel and President Burgess, and the rest of the students who are presenting today. Board members, any questions? Ms. Maple.
First of all, I would not have known that that was you guys as the barbecue dads. So great job at your costumes. How long did you say the program's been going at West Valley?
I think at West Valley for maybe like 15 years or something close to that, maybe like 10. Miss Grubus was the one heading it for years and years and years. And it was really, really big before COVID, and then COVID kind of like struck it down a little bit, and it was a pretty small group. But yeah, as Callie was saying, we've got it back up, and I think there's around 80 something members in SOS currently, which is great to see. But yeah, I think it's been at West Valley for, I want to say like close to 10 years, something like that.
Can I ask another
Follow up, Ms. Maple.
I'm curious. I think about like when I was in high school and talking about this kind of stuff we didn't. And especially with the like positive framework, I think is something that wasn't, I don't know, as accepted. And I'm curious, as you said the group's been expanding, if you see resistance within the school, and obviously if it went from however little it was when you came back from COVID and it's grown so much just even since you've both been involved. I'm just curious what your experience has been kind of recruiting and coming up against some of the stigma, whether it's stigma like we don't talk about this or kind of teasing because it's this positive framework. I'm just curious about your experience, any of your experiences.
I would say that from what I've experienced, there's been a lot of positive feedback from parents, and usually we'll try and recruit freshmen for freshman night. So yeah, that helps. And also Miss Nickel had ran it at Randy Smith before, so she also had students coming in from them who are still wanting to be involved in the club.
I think also the way we do it is we try to make it as fun as possible. So we do it through games, and we also host events. Like we did a paint night before. We've done, what else have we done? Why am I blanking? Game nights, which are a lot of fun. Movie nights. And then we also have a write night with a teacher who retired last year on Friday. Miss Heimer's coming into West Valley to give us a little SOS write night. So that should be fun. But yeah, I don't know. We kind of just try to make it as fun as possible. And that I think helps like by itself almost like decrease the stigma, and SOS is seen as this like fun event thing, and you go to it and you learn things. And also our lunch tables are usually like games, and we reward people. So recently we had one for healthy relationships in February, and we had a little quiz that was like, is this dating violence or is this a healthy relationship? And people wanted to participate, and I think that's really, really great to see. So yeah.
Good work. Thanks.
Ms. Carol Hubbard.
Hi. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for what you're doing over at West Valley. I wanted to tell you that I appreciate the healthy relationship segment. Having been someone who probably could have used that, I think it's super important for people to talk about, because even when we're 20 and 30 and 40 and 50 and 60, we don't get it figured out unless we talk about it. So I'm glad that you guys are doing that. I have a question though. I'm gonna ask you a couple things. Well, just one thing really. How do you think technology, or are you addressing technology as like kind of a source of any of the issues that people seem to be facing?
Yeah, we have kind of talked about that in our SOS group during our morning meetings, about, and kind of just open discussions of like, how do you think social media impacts mental health? And I wouldn't say it's necessarily something we ever specifically focus on, but it's definitely like we've talked about it because I think it does have an impact. And yeah, I think the consensus is that like, I mean, yeah, social media does have an impact on teens, and like what you're consuming is going to impact you, and the presentation of how people present themselves online can affect how you feel about yourself for sure. So yeah, it's definitely something we've been talking about in meetings.
Stulian.
I just want to thank you so much for what you're doing. You presented tonight, and I'm going to ask you to mention every single one of the sources of strength around the wheel, because I think it's important. So that will be at the end. That was my question, just to get you prepared. But I do just want to thank you. This upstream work, and I'm reading the booklet that you just gave us. It says that most prevention work when it comes to suicide is actually crisis-driven intervention. And I want to thank you for reading and also putting on the slide deck tonight the phone number 988, and also mention that people can call or text that phone number 988 if they're in crisis. I think that's really important, and I want to thank you for sharing that message not only tonight on air publicly, but with all of the students that you reach. You presented tonight that this program in particular, as reported by the American Journal on Preventative Medicine, reduces the odds of a suicide by 29%. So I want to go back to your counselor, and I want to thank you for doing this work above and beyond what you do. And thank you for advocating for us to invest in counseling positions in our secondary schools. This is the type of thing that is going to make a difference in people's lives. And it's because of you. But the sources of strength, and we heard tonight in testimony a couple times that no child should ever feel less than. And I want, if you can, as students, talk a little bit about why this peer-to-peer intervention makes a difference. And we see this in repeated models, but this in particular, and I'm glad to hear that it's in other parts of our district as well. But if you can talk to that a little bit, that aspect of the peer-to-peer aspect. And then if you can, just for everyone who's listening, just read the actual sources of strength that are on your t-shirts and in the color wheel there, because I think it's really important to know that this is a wraparound approach. Thank you.
So with the peer-to-peer thing, I could say that I can't speak for everyone, but I feel like it just makes students not feel so alone and feel like they're seen in I'm blanking. Hold on.
I think it gives a lot of it builds relationships with other students, and also makes you feel like you're not alone, and there's people that are like you that can relate to the things you're going through. And I think a lot of the time it's hard for young people to go to adults because they think they won't understand, or there is a stigma with older generations sometimes about mental health, and so it's harder to go to an adult, and it's easier to talk to people your age about it who understand what you're going through. And then, does someone want to hold up that poster so I can read the things? Do you want to read them, Callie?
Okay, so this is our Wheel of Strength, and we have mental health, family support, positive friends, mentors, healthy activities, generosity, spirituality, and physical health.
Ms. Hull.
First, I want to thank you for taking the time to prepare this presentation and then taking the time to be here tonight. I first learned about sources of strength at a conference in November And as a new board member, I went there and I thought, oh my gosh, this is the neatest program in the whole world. And I'm so excited to take this and teach people about it in our district. And then I came back and found that it was already here. And I was so happy that it was already here. But I wanted to ask a question about the slide that had the West Valley youth data. Was that specifically just club information or was that the entire school?
That was just our club.
Okay. And then when was that survey conducted? And do you do it regularly or was it just kind of a one-time thing that you just wanted to get?
It was the first time we had done it, and it was only like a month ago, I think. Something like that, like a month ago. And it was the first time we'd done it, but I mean, I think reflecting on the data we got, I think it'd be useful to start doing that like once a year or maybe like the start of the year and the end of the year, something like that. But yeah, it was only a month ago.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks again for being here tonight.
Thanks again. Suicide prevention is something that is near and dear to my heart, particularly in Alaska and with experiences that I've had personally with losing friends and others. So I think this is incredible work that you're doing, and I want to point out, as Ms. Julian said, that that 29% reduction in the odds of a suicide. That's powerful. That's really meaningful. The work that you're doing, even though it might not be obvious in the moment, you're saving lives. And you're doing more than that too. You are helping people not just not just preventing a suicide, but also teaching tools for resilience, for just better mental health in general, and that's improving people's lives too. So I really appreciate that. And the question that I have is, well, I might have a couple. One is, do SOS clubs in West Valley or in our other schools, do they reach out to other schools, potentially including elementary?
So this year we had the leader of SOS at Randy Smith come and help us do our training. And then I gave back and went over to Randy Smith. And we're trying to kind of do more meetings as we funnel those kids into the high school club. We also had a few schools that are interested in implementing the program this year. So looking for ways to support that and get it out to more schools.
Thank you. And are there district-wide collaborations then that might reach out to younger students as well?
Before COVID, and it was a very strong program. We had people flying up from the program. We were given time to do the training as the adult leaders, but I feel like there's been a push now with all the cuts. There's a lot less time for people. I'd be willing to help bring the club out to more schools. We just need a little guidance on that.
Thank you. And I guess the follow-up question to that, and this is for anybody, is what can the board do to help?
Well, number one, just encouraging students, staff, and like community members to get involved. We have a lot of fundraisers. I think we try to do one about once a school quarter. Sometimes it happens once a month. Not optimistic all the time though. But just coming to our events, they're almost always open to the public, and they're a lot of fun. And it gets a lot of not only like community engagement, but maybe future West Valley students and also just younger people in the community. And then also supporting our club sponsors, investing time and money that invest time and money into their already very busy schedules. So yeah, I don't know, more support for community members is always welcome. Do you have anything to add to that? Okay. And then also we want to thank Bree Gray for her support this year.
Ms. Julian.
Thank you. And I won't put the students on the spot, so I actually want to ask your counselor. But there's right now we're on the radio, and if there's a lot of parents that are listening, grandparents, people that are connected with students that are in our district right now. What are ways that family members can help or even have a conversation with young people in their households about their mental health so that it's not just crisis intervention, but it's upstream prevention? And I'm sorry to put you on the spot like this.
No problem. I think it's important to stay connected to our children, really watch their screen time, and pull them aside and just be real with them in conversation. I have a lot of students that report safety issues to me due to fear of getting in trouble at home. And I think as a parent myself, it's really easy to blow your child off. Even in those moments, we may not know that they need us. So really giving that full undivided attention to your child, making time to talk with them, ask them how they're doing, noticing when they might be off a little bit. And if needed, offering counseling. Because one thing I tell our students is we have no problem going to the dentist several times a year to double check that our teeth are okay. But why aren't we going to counseling to make sure our brains are okay? Because I guarantee everyone has something to talk about. And what I've noticed again is that there's a lot of fear with adults, worry about judgment from parents when I say, hey, your child might need counseling. But the kids want to go. They brag about going to counseling. They're happy to have that help and that objective person to report to and talk to. So I encourage every parent, again, to just pull your child aside and make those times to check in off of our screens as well.
All right, well, I'm not seeing any additional questions from the board. So thank you once again, President Burgess, Ms. Masterson, Vice President Mazer. Is that right? Vice President Masterson, Ms. Mazer, and future President Jack, sorry. Jones, Mr. Jones. Thank you very much to all of you for this important work that you're doing to help your peers.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to our next item on the agenda, Article 7, New Construction, second reading. Article 7, New Construction is proposed to be revised is before the board for second reading by administration. And I'll open public hearing here. Is there anyone who wishes to testify on this item? I have no one signed up. All right, seeing none. We will close public hearing, and Ms. Dillard, when you're ready.
All right, thank you so much for that time. Diana Dillard here, Policy Specialist, to present Article 7, second reading. If this is approved today, then we will be done with Article 7 and it'll replace Chapter 13. We have not made any edits or had any other feedback since first reading, so this is the same document. With that, if you have any questions or comments.
Okay, board members, questions, comments? I am seeing no questions or comments. I'll take a motion.
Move to approve second reading, public hearing, and adoption of Article 7, new construction.
Second.
Ms. Richardson, I'll go back to the board one more time. Any discussion? No, just making sure. All right. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Okay, Miss Charlie has left the meeting, so Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dillard. We appreciate you. All right. Moving on to new business. Next item is approval of non-represented employee group step movement salary increase. The superintendent is proposing a salary adjustment for the non-represented employee group for the 2026-27 contract year. Although the board has previously approved a salary table with established steps for this group, any step movement must be specifically authorized by board action. This proposal recommends board approval of step movement along with a one-time non-recurring stipend of $2,000 for eligible non-represented employees. In addition, the proposal includes a $750 HSA HRA contribution. The non-represented group will also have a hard cap of Plan B at 2,718 and Plan C 2,688, which is consistent with what is currently on the bargaining table for FEA and ESSA. If either ESSA or FEA ratifies a contract for FY25 that provides a higher salary increase or health benefit, the non-represented group would receive an equivalent amount. No other significant changes to the annual contract for the non-represented group are proposed at this time. Dr. Meinert, did you have any comments on this item?
Thank you, President Burgess. Just a few additional comments. So for board members that have been on the board for a while, non-representative contracts do need to come to the board on a yearly basis. And so that's why this is back before you. Wanted to make sure that you understood the proposed increase is the same increase that we have proposed in our initial proposals for FEA and ESSA. Typically, or historically here in Fairbanks, non-representative employees have received similar compensation to what we've approved for FEA and ESSA. And so that is why that recommendation is before you, and happy to answer any questions on what that recommendation is.
Okay, board, I'll take a motion.
Move to approve the 2026-27 contract adjustments for the non-represented employee group, including step movement on the approved salary table, a one-time non-recurring stipend of $2,000 for eligible employees, a $750 HSA HRA contribution, and health benefit hard caps of $2,718 for Plan B and $2,688 for Plan C, with the non-represented group to receive an equivalent increase if either ESSA or FEA ratifies a higher FY27 salary or health benefit.
Second.
And at this point, I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to comment on this agenda item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Ms. Carol Hubbard, would you like to speak to the motion?
No.
Any questions or discussion from the board? Ms. Hewitt.
Historically, has the non-represented contract always got, you said most of the time, but is that like a majority of the time, the last 10 years, 5 years?
Definitely a majority of the time. It's not every year. You know, the board definitely has discretion to go outside of, you know, the bounds of what's been done for other employee groups. But the majority of the time, it follows suit.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Ms. Julian.
I just want to ask again. So this is so the step movements are included already in the budget because it's something. It's just we have to, as a board, take action to move people along their steps. Whereas those who are represented automatically get moved along their steps. Is that correct?
That's correct. Because there's
Okay.
not a CBA for non-represented employees, so those CBAs for the other employee groups dictate that.
Okay. And so can we assume then, I mean, the assumption then would be that every year when we're looking at our next year budget and approving our next year budget, we're approving this amount in that budget, even though we officially take action after we put forward our budget. Is that correct?
Yes, if I'm understanding your question
Yeah.
correctly.
It's
Yep.
included in the budget.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, discussion, debate? All right. Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. That brings us to our next agenda item, curriculum adoption. We have three separate items on the agenda, but I'm assuming, Mr. Beam, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're going to present all three at the same time?
I believe there are actually three separate votes.
Okay, three separate items. And we will start with K-12 social studies curriculum. The administration provided a report to the school board on the social studies curriculum proposed for grades K through 12 at the April 21st meeting. The curriculum is now before the board for adoption. The administration recommends the adoption of the curriculum as submitted. And we'll take a motion.
Move to adopt the grades K through 12 social studies curriculum as submitted.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to administration. Dr. Miner? Mr. Beam?
Nothing more. We showed everything that we have 2 weeks ago. Nothing has changed. Just a reminder that in your board packet that there are memos from both myself and the board curriculum committee that does recommend this.
Okay. Any questions, comments, discussion, debate? Seeing none, we can go to a vote. Ms. Richardson, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is grades K through 12 social studies materials curriculum. Administration provided a report to the school board on the curriculum materials proposed for grades K through 12 social studies at the April 21st meeting. This curriculum is now before the board for adoption. The administration recommends the adoption of the curriculum as submitted. Mr. Beam?
Nothing more to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Any debate, questions, comments from the board? Not seeing any. Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote? Oh, sorry, we do not have a motion yet.
Move to adopt the grades K through 12 social study materials curriculum as submitted.
Second.
Thank you for catching me on that, Ms. Carol Hubbard. All right, now, Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Nope. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
okay, Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Moving us along to the curriculum adoption of grades 9 through 12 CTE business curriculum. Administration provided a report to the school board on the curriculum proposed for grades 9 through 12 CTE business curriculum at the April 21st meeting. The curriculum is now before the board for adoption. The administration recommends the adoption of the curriculum as submitted. I will take a motion.
Move to adopt grades 9 through 12 CTE business curriculum as submitted.
Second.
Right, motion is on the table. Anything from administration, Mr. Beam?
No, sir. Nothing more.
Thank you. Anything from the board? Ms. Julian.
I will just say that I'm incredibly excited that we are adopting this curriculum, hopefully, if it passes, and that this is, I think, a really good step forward for our career and technical education to round out this business curriculum. So thank you.
Anything else from the board? Seeing none, Ms. Richardson, will you please call the vote?
Can you tell me who seconded that?
It was
Okay.
Ms. Julian.
Thanks. Miss Hewitt,
Yes.
Miss Maple,
Yes.
Mrs. Hull,
Yes.
Miss Julian,
Yes.
Miss Carol Hubbard,
Yes.
Mr. Burgess.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beam. All right. We do have another, well, we have closing comments and then we will have an executive session, but I would first need a motion to extend or suspend the rules.
Move to suspend the rules so we can finish our business.
Second.
Without objection, the rules are suspended so we can get through the rest of our agenda. Thank you, board. So now we are on board and superintendent comments. We'll start with Ms. Hull.
I was just writing down a few thoughts. So
Want
no,
me to
I'm
come
good.
back?
I'm good. I wanted to first thank our teachers across our district. And I wanted to share that when I do school visits, one of the questions that I ask whoever I'm talking to, sometimes it's principal, it's vice principal, sometimes it's students. And when I go through, I always ask, what's one thing you want me to take away from Discovery Peak today or Lathrop today or whatever school I'm visiting? And oftentimes the answer is we have very dedicated staff and we have wonderful teachers that are doing their best every day. And so I just wanted to share that with our teachers, that they're the heartbeat of our district, that they make one of the largest impacts to our students, and we're all here to serve our students. And so again, just thank you to our teachers, and that's all I have.
Go to Ms. Hewitt.
Yeah, echo that to celebrate our teachers, especially this week, but probably every week is good. And maybe wanted to think about addressing the concerns of the custodial issues that are happening and potentially bring that up as a work session in the near future.
Carol Hubbard.
Oh, I actually have, I've been busy. Saturday, the 25th of April, I went over to Pioneer Park and attended the military, I forget the name of it, the military child, the month of the military child, that event. Very cool. They had the Eielson soldiers had the bomb robot out there, and I mean the kids, adults, everybody was flocking to that. So that was really super cool. And inside, I saw many of our district employees there, and so it was just fun to see so many people out, and it was just a really good time and a good turnout. On the 30th, I went to Denali School in the morning, and I got to attend a spring math lesson for first grade and for third grade. And my takeaway from spring math is that the kids are so excited. They're just, I don't know, they were like, they were all competitive, and the energy was high, and they were excited, and the teachers were just amazing, and all the kids are amazing. I mean, it's just so yay spring math, because as a former math teacher, I love math. And so I was super excited. On that, then I left there and I went to the Golden Heart Academy graduation. over at FYF. And what a change from it was just it was a totally different atmosphere, but celebration happening at FYF, and the personal stories, the inspiration that was happening there, and the change from I started here and I'm not done, but I'm here now. That's really amazing. So I was super excited, and thank you to all the people over at FYF who are so dedicated, educators and just general staff over there. That was a really, really impactful moment for me, and I very much appreciate being invited to that graduation. Let's see here. Sorry. The following Saturday, I attended the reading symposium. I actually purchased that on my own. So I was in my office, and I had a teacher from West Valley came over, and we sat there, and we got off on data. So we paused the thing forever, and we were looking at all the results of the school district. And Mr. Beam, I can't wait to talk to you again about all of the results, because I'm looking forward to having another conversation like we did last year. Our schools are on fire, you guys. I'm super excited. Like, the reading scores are going up, math scores are going up, and I'm never looking over here, sorry. But like, it's super exciting. So, but the reading symposium was reinforcing data-driven instruction, and then informal as well as formal assessments that are just ongoing and regular. Amazing people showed up at that symposium. It was super, super cool. This Friday, I get to go to Weller, and I get to participate in the Junior Achievement Day, and I get to be with fifth graders at Weller. And then next Friday, I get to go to Denali, and I get to be with the fifth graders at Denali. So I'm super excited to tell you all about that when I'm all done with that. Carm, happy retirement one more time. And in the spirit of teaching and staff appreciation, I personally want to thank Joe Scott, who was my kindergarten teacher at Denali back in 1970. And we had a piano in our classroom. And then across the hall was Mrs. McPhee. I don't know if anybody here knows Cookie McPhee, but she was at Denali forever. And she also had a piano. And that is where I learned to love music, was between those two ladies, but Joe Scott was the one. And so thank you, Mrs. Scott. And then final note that this Thursday, in 2 more days, is the National Day of Prayer. And so however you pray, I hope that you are able to participate. And thank you.
Ms. Doolian.
Thank you. That's a lot. Thank you. That's like hard to follow. Lots of energy, and you've been busy, Mrs. Carol Hubbard. This is Educator Appreciation Week, and I've been thinking a lot about what a board member, what we can do to show our appreciation to teachers. And I think the biggest thing is that we can listen to them and trust them, and then ultimately take action, and take brave action, which this board has done. This and previous boards have done. I want to reflect back on something that happened a month ago when this board unanimously passed a budget. One of the things that we did in passing that budget, which is directly listening to educators, is that we voted to add 10 behavior aides and 10 tutors at elementary schools. As a board, we were discussing, do we drop the teacher to pupil ratio at elementary school? Could we go as far as 22? And we heard educator feedback that said, you know what would be more impactful is if you take the equivalency of that investment and you invest it in tutors and behavior aides. So that was directly listening, that was taking action, and this board unanimously did that. We also listened to educator feedback, and we took action. And also parent feedback as well. We voted unanimously to lower our class sizes to 23 in elementary, 28 in middle, and 30 in high school. We know that that's going to improve student outcomes, and it's also going to create a better working environment for our educators. We invested in counseling positions at our middle and high schools. Tonight, we heard a fantastic a fantastic presentation from students who are directly saving students' lives within our district. And I want to, again, thank their counselor who's going above and beyond in making sure that that club keeps going. This board, what we have been doing is putting students first and showing up for all students across our entire district. And that, I think, is a directly, in relation to that are the investments that we've made to the classroom. And that is because we have been listening and hearing and responding to educator feedback. So I'm hopeful that, that our appreciation is of what you do every single day, educators, that that we appreciate you and that we are taking action on the feedback that you've given us and trying to do what we can to make sure that every single dollar goes as far as it can in supporting as many students. And I just am so grateful. I also want to share that one of the most exciting things, and I keep reflecting on this, when I was in high school in the late 90s in Wisconsin, that's when you started seeing arts programs across the country getting decimated. They were the first ones to fall when budgets started to get tight. And again, now here I am in my mid 40s, and we just had an opportunity, and we unanimously passed a budget that adds arts education to all of our neighborhood schools. I never thought that I would actually be sitting on a board and being able to make that vote. I never thought it was possible. I thought, oh, that's a thing for specialty schools, for charter schools, for very small communities. We just voted district-wide to reinstate this. Now, I want to, just mention that from, and we've heard from our borough assembly representative tonight, we put forward a proposed budget, and now we're asking our funding bodies to meet that ask. And I am absolutely certain and have full faith that not only our assembly, but also the state who funds us, both of those two large funding bodies, will meet this moment and respond to what we've been hearing from educators and show their appreciation by fully funding us. So I'm grateful to be here tonight, and I'm also very excited to continue conversations around AI, technology, and mental health, and how we can continue to maybe bring the pendulum back a little bit towards the center on those things to support our students. So thank you.
Ms. Maple.
I am going to follow suit and make reference. I had some teacher appreciation things I wanted to share. And then when Miss Carol Hubbard shared your own thanks for your teachers, I wasn't planning on going there, but this is my last time I'll be on the school board during this exciting week, so I'm going to go there. I know I get to see our teachers go above and beyond all the time, and as when Loa thanked her teachers, it made me think of I went to a school that had primary, first, second, third grade was all together, and split into lots of rooms. There's still big classes, and I had two teachers, first, second, third grade, Miss Kopp and Miss Houston, and my mom passed away when I was in their primary classroom, and I didn't really recognize it until I was a parent. But when I think back, especially on, 7 years old, that like second grade year, I spent a lot of evenings at Miss Kopp's house and at Miss Houston's house. Because my dad was suddenly a single dad to 3 kids. And that's how those teachers stepped up, which was, of course, not needed and probably not appropriate anymore. But I was thinking about like, who are the teachers that come to mind right away? And I could give you endless examples of my high school teachers that, you know, instilled these really exciting concepts that still guide my morals and ethics today. But the first thing I thought of was being at Miss Kopp and Miss Houston's homes, because they stepped up in ways that teachers are just constantly stepping up. And I'm going to have to send them an email tomorrow. Um, Anyways, Miss Houston's now the principal at that school, so she stuck around. What I was going to say was that I've had the privilege of having kids at Pearl Creek for 6 years, at U Park for 3. We're going on 3.5 years now. I had 1 year at Randy, 1 year at Ryan, and I have had the privilege of having my kids engage with incredible educators at every single one. And I would list all of them because I could tell you every single person's name, but that would take more time. And there's 3 other things I want to say. One of my favorite things is how my day job at the museum gets to overlap with the district sometimes with field trips. And I think the greatest compliment that I get to watch happen of our district educators is when a field trip comes to the museum and our educators at the museum want to go learn from those educators. And I have 2 examples. Mr. Hoy from Salcha brought a group, I mean, it's been years. He brought a group in, and they were so quiet and calm. And one of our education director was like, who's a trained teacher? It's like, how do you do that? Could I go learn from him? Like, yeah, go learn from it. And then this year, my son's kindergarten teacher brought, Mrs. R from U Park brought the kids in, and she had the class, you know, there's all the like 1, 2, 3, look at me clapping. And most of them are like loud to get a kid's attention, to get a classroom's attention. All the ones we use at the museum are too. And she just said, could you guys sound like a waterfall? And they all went, shh. And then a month later, our education director went and shadowed Mrs. R's classroom to learn from her and bring that back to the museum. And those are just 2 examples that stand out to me and that just make me so proud to be a part of this district. And my last thing that I'll share, I got to write a letter of reference for Weller Elementary earlier this year that was applying for recognition. I'm going to get the name of it wrong. National Gold Star recognition, which they didn't get, but they should have. And my brother's kids go there, 3 of his 5, and I interviewed him to get some content for my letter of recommendation. And I wanted to share 2 quotes that I included in the letter. He told me that in talking about the teachers, he said that the teachers have always created an environment making his kids free to express every part of themselves at Weller, always included, always welcomed, always in a warm environment. Those are my baby nieces and nephews that get that. And then he also said, oh, come on, can't lose it now. When he was going on about how much he's liked Weller, he said, I feel like we hit the lottery moving to Weller's district. I cannot believe how much good fortune we absolutely stumbled into. And I feel like that is such a meaningful quote because I know somebody that feels that way about every single school in this district, that they had no idea where they were moving, they didn't have kids when they moved, and then they just ended up feeling so privileged to engage with the educators at all of our schools. So that's my long-winded thank you to our educators tonight. Thanks.
I'm gonna sound very quiet after all of you spoke. I just had a couple things. One is that book that I mentioned during my president's report. Believe it or not, I haven't actually finished it. I'm about a little more than halfway through. I expect I'll finish it this weekend, and I would just wanted to let you all know that if you wanted to borrow it, you're welcome to reach out, and you'll even get a little window into my mind because I've been scribbling in the margins and underlining important passages. So let me know if you want to take me up on that, or find your own copy. It's well worth the read, I think, and I would recommend any elected official at any level of government to should check it out. Again, the name of that is Why School Boards Matter, and it has a subtitle as well that I won't reread. And then, of course, I wanted to say thank you to our teachers. We should say it every week, but it is Teacher Appreciation Week, and that means something. I'm glad that we have a week to recognize our teachers and dedicate to showing our appreciation. They deserve more, and we all know it. We, as a board, do strive to do what we can for them within the constraints that we have on ourselves. But we all know how important teachers are. We all have at least one teacher who made a huge difference in our life, I would think. And as long as we're naming names, a few that come to mind for me are Miss Judy Schiffler, who was my 4th and 5th grade teacher, Cindy Beal, who was my high school biology teacher, both for freshman biology and AP biology senior year. I could name more, but those two individuals, those two teachers really, when I look back on the trajectory that my career took and my life in general, those two made a huge impact on the choices that I made to get into the biological sciences and become a scientist. Thank you, Miss Beal. And Ms. Schiffler is why I'm here at this dais today. She inspired her students in civics and being responsible and informed citizens. So thank you, Ms. Schiffler, and thank you to all the other great teachers that I've had over the years. And to all of the teachers who are teaching today and sticking it out despite the challenges that increasingly come with the job that we're seeing happening really nationwide. Teaching is the most important job there is. Without teachers, we can't learn how to do all the other important things that we need to do in our society. And I will close it there. And I'll need a motion to move into executive session.
Move to convene into executive session to discuss 2 matters. 1, labor negotiations with the superintendent, legal counsel, and the negotiating team. And 2, to discuss a potential legal claim with legal counsel.
Second.
Without objection, we are in executive session. Right, board, I need a motion.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Without objection, we are out of executive session. I have a statement that I would like to read. Last fall, this school board spent many hours in work sessions and carefully considered an application to establish Pearl Creek STEAM Charter School next year. We voted unanimously to deny that application and issued a detailed written decision with extensive factual findings and explanation of the reasons the application was denied. The reasons included that the application described admissions procedures that are not compliant with state law mandating use of random lottery. We also found that the budget materials presented by the APC contained material errors and did not reflect a sound fiscal plan to cover the likely cost of operating the proposed school. We found that the plans in the application did not reflect a likelihood of success. We found that the approval of the application would have significant adverse financial and operational impacts on the district and the students we serve. We have not entered any contract with the APC for operation of a new charter school next year, nor have any facilities for operation of a new charter school been leased. In November, the APC appealed to the Commissioner of Education from our denial of the application to establish a new charter school. State law required the Commissioner to examine whether there was substantial evidence to support the factual findings in our written decision and to check whether we had made legal errors. A designee for the Commissioner ruled on the APC's appeal and issued a decision granting the application without ever allowing the district to present or submit a brief or address arguments that the APC had made in their appellate filings. The Commissioner's designee ruled without reviewing transcripts of our school board's work sessions regarding the application. The Commissioner's designee also considered materials that were beyond the scope of the proper record on appeal. Those procedural errors were among the reasons the district appealed from the Commissioner's decision to the State Board of Education this winter. On appeal to the State Board, the district explained that in addition to procedural errors, the Commissioner's designee had also made multiple legal errors. Last week, the State Board of Education issued a decision approving the Pearl Creek STEAM Charter APC's application without ever having oral argument or any hearing or even holding a public meeting to take a vote. Tonight, we have directed council to challenge the State Board's decision in Superior Court. We do this with the knowledge that some in this community will be disappointed. However, this issue goes beyond Pearl Creek STEAM Charter or even the district itself. The precedent that would be set by this decision, were it not challenged, would potentially harm districts around the state by impairing a school board's ability to make decisions for their local district. This precedent cannot stand. With that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Without objection, we are adjourned.